Chapter 12:12. Not only will I acquire the blood immortal legacy, but I'll also reach the perfect foundation. Liu nodded as he watched the rock fly away. There are 9 blood immortal legacy sites. 7 have already appeared. Including the one I'm heading to, there's only 1 left. To most people, the final blood immortal legacy site was something they would never be able to find. However, Liu had long since memorized all of this by heart. Now that I'm walking the path of cultivation again, it's time to forge a perfect foundation. A perfect foundation is not tolerated by heaven and earth. Heavenly tribulation will descend. Liu shook his head. I don't want to be struck by lightning. Isn't it appropriate to establish a foundation in the blood immortal legacy site and use the power of the blood immortal to resist the tribulation lightning? More importantly, Liu felt that the heavenly tribulation of a perfect foundation could be used to trick people. Liu shot up into the air, heading toward the Blood Demon sect. Yes, the final Blood Immortal Legacy site was near the Blood Demon sect. Blood Immortal, Blood Demon. Who would believe that there was no connection? A beam of light whistled through the air as he flew over 10,000 rivers and 1,000 mountains. A few days later, Liu appeared in Blood Demon sect territory. So, this is the Blood Demon sect? It doesn't look any different. A bustling city, crisscrossing paths, and people walking back and forth. This was a flourishing and prosperous mortal kingdom. The 5 great sects of the southern domain each control a kingdom. It really is true. The mortal kingdom in front of him seemed completely normal. It was as if the Blood Demon sect, which sounded a bit sinister, wasn't as bloody as he had imagined. Liu didn't linger in the mortal kingdom. He flew in the direction of the Blood Demon sect's outpost. Before long, a mountain range that stretched for tens of thousands of kilometers appeared in front of Liu's eyes. This is the Blood Demon sect's outpost. The 9th Blood Immortal Legacy site was not within the Blood Demon sect itself, but rather outside of it. After finding the right direction, Liu arrived at a valley a few hundred kilometers away from the Blood Demon sect's outpost. Bare mountains and deep valleys. In this valley that was overgrown with weeds and devoid of human traces, there was a dilapidated dry well. This is the 9th Blood Immortal Legacy site. Looking at the dilapidated well, Liu smiled and nodded. The 9th Blood Immortal Legacy zone is next to the Blood Demon sect. For so many years, no one had come. If Patriarch Blood Demon doesn't know that this is the Blood Immortal Legacy grounds, then I don't believe it. He stepped into the well and plunged straight down. This dry well didn't seem to be deep, but Liu's descent actually caused him to sink nearly 10,000 feet into the ground before reaching the bottom of the dry well. A door. When Liu landed at the bottom of the well, he saw a tightly shut stone door on the left side of the well. This should be the gateway to the Blood Immortal Legacy grounds. Liu smiled and nodded. He reached out and pressed the stone door. Spiritual power surged out, and the stone door flashed with a bloody light. An enormous gravitational force appeared, sucking Liu inside. Who's there? The instant Liu entered the stone door, a bloody light flashed at the bottom of the well. An old man appeared. He wore a blood-colored robe, had white hair, and a red glow in his eyes. He's not a disciple of the Blood Demon sect. His residual aura is very unfamiliar. Is he an outsider who accidentally stumbled into this place? The blood-robed old man looked at the simple stone door. After a long moment of silence, he let out a long sigh. The Blood Immortal of Doom does not share the heavens with the G clan. Can't you let go of the pride in your bones? The masters of the mountains and seas have changed, and the G clan has changed. Even if you don't want to, what can you do? The Demon Immortal sect, Mount Blood Demon. Those are history. The reason I don't allow the Blood Demon sect disciples to obtain your legacy is because I don't want them to walk the same path as you. Father, your method is wrong. If the G clan can change the heavens, then others can replace them. I've already found someone with the potential to do so. The 9th generation Demon Sealer of the League of Demon Sealers has already appeared. He can change the heavens for me. In your eyes, I might be an unfilial son, a traitor to the Blood Immortal clan, a traitor to the ancient Doom clan. I surrendered to the G clan and dragged out an ignoble existence. But you're wrong. I never betrayed them. I know how to endure far better than you. Father, just you watch. Watch as I raise the 9th-generation demon sealer. Watch as I change the heavens. Boundless bloody light surged up, and Patriarch Blood Demon's bloodshot eyes shone with boundless madness. I've been waiting for tens of thousands of years for revenge. Behind the stone door, Liu looked back in the direction of the well. He sighed and shook his head. So that's how it is. So, Patriarch Blood Demon is actually the son of the Lord of Mount Blood Demon of the Demon Immortal sect in the era of Lord Li. So, this Blood Immortal legacy was actually left behind by the Lord of Mount Blood Demon. Now that he understood the sequence of events, Liu shook his head again. Patriarch Blood Demon, you're right. I really can change the heavens for the G clan for you. However, there's nothing I can do about it in the future. In the future, the mountain and sea realm would be destroyed. Even if he wanted to kill GTon, he would have no choice but to do so. He would have no choice but to unite all of his power to face the tribulation of the mountains and seas. In that tribulation, GTon perished, and the G clan was exterminated. Although he didn't die by Meng Hao's hand, in some ways, the G clan became martyrs. However, no matter how you looked at it, Patriarch Blood Demon's wish had been fulfilled. Of course, I'm not interested in the Blood Immortal legacy. Liu turned and looked at the vast sea of blood up ahead. Floating above, it was an enormous statue of an enormous beast that looked like an island. He smiled and nodded. I'm just borrowing this place to break through my cultivation base. I'm sure you don't mind, do you? Taking a step forward, Liu soared into the air and landed on the stone sculpture of the giant beast that looked like a small island. In front of the statue, the enormous head of the beast was raised up high. Beneath the statue was an enormous, bottomless tunnel. Inside this tunnel was the true location of the Blood Immortal legacy. Meng Hao is still fighting a battle of wits and courage with Chu Yiyan, he thought. He's still trying to trick her into concocting the 7-colored pill. The Blood Immortal legacy has yet to be officially opened. Therefore, all I have to do is watch. Liu leaped onto the head of the beast and found a flat place to sit down cross-legged. He calmed his heart and began to meditate, preparing to break through and establish a perfect foundation. With the mountain and sea scripture, the sublime spirit scripture for Qi, the Tao divinity scripture for soul, and the heavens severing scripture for body, I can establish a perfect foundation in one go. He extracted a drop of blood from Panyu, which he had stored in the storehouse, and refined it into pure spiritual energy, which he slowly absorbed into his body. Rumble, Qi, and blood surged up like a tide. The spiritual energy was vast and mighty like an ocean. As he continued to absorb the spiritual energy, his body, soul, and spiritual energy continued to grow, condense, and sublimate. 1 day, 2 days, after an entire month, Liu had refined his cultivation base to the pinnacle. With but a thought, his spiritual energy surged, and he could enter foundation establishment. Now I just have to wait for the Blood Immortal legacy to open. Without the legacy, the power of the Blood Immortal would not appear. The heavenly tribulation of the perfect foundation would be borne by Liu himself. Liu had tricked all heaven half to death. How could he allow Liu to bear the heavenly tribulation of all heaven? How could Liu be willing to do that? Rumble. At this moment, a heaven-shaking explosion sounded out, and a bloody light shot up into the sky. The Blood Immortal legacy had officially opened. Chapter 12:13. The time has come. The crimson light permeated the entire underground space, forming a thick layer of crimson light that tightly enveloped the entire Blood Immortal legacy site. Liu looked up at the crimson light screen and nodded with a smile. Blood Immortal, now is the time for you to block the heavenly tribulation for I. With a thought, a thick spiritual energy rushed out. Crack! As if breaking through an inexplicable barrier, the spiritual energy in his body suddenly exploded and flowed through his entire body. Immediately, the spiritual energy condensed and condensed. In Liu's Dantian Sea of Qi, the condensed spiritual energy turned into a translucent diamond-shaped crystal. With a flash of light, the translucent diamond-shaped crystal slowly sank into the sea of chi like a cornerstone. The first cornerstone has been buried, and the foundation has been laid. Next is to continue to condense the cornerstone and build the Tao platform in the sea of chi to build my foundation. The churning spiritual energy continued to condense and condense. Pieces of diamond-shaped crystals appeared in the sea of chi, piling up one by one, accumulating one by one. When 100 diamond-shaped crystals were condensed, the piled-up diamond-shaped crystals suddenly burst into a bright light. The sea of chi shook violently, and 100 diamond-shaped crystals merged into one, forming a thick and solid Tao platform. Foundation Establishment Tao Platform. Boom! A brilliant golden light shone, and golden runes were carved on the Foundation Establishment Tao platform. The entire Tao platform was imprinted with extremely complicated golden runes. This was the power of the sublime spirit scripture. Boom! A bright white light shone, and countless white runes were carved on the Foundation Establishment Tao platform. This was the power of the Tao scripture's divine will. Boom! A mighty purple light rushed out, and a majestic power of blood chi turned into countless runes, deeply imprinted on the Foundation Establishment Tao platform. This was the power of the heaven-severing scripture's body refining technique. 3 forces gathered, and the Tao Foundation was formed. Foundation Establishment. The foundation was formed. At this moment, the first Tao platform in Li Yu's body was completed. Heaven and earth are imperfect, not perfect. In the world of all heaven, one had to follow the laws of all heaven. Thus, Li Yu didn't directly fight against the laws of all heaven. Although Luo Tian himself had been miserably tricked by Li Yu, if Li Yu wanted to deal with him, it would only take a slight movement of his fingers. But in this way, Li Yu's plan to enter the secular world to cultivate would be completely ruined. Crack! A crack had appeared on the perfect and flawless Tao pillar of Foundation Establishment. It caused Li Yu's perfect Tao pillar to become imperfect. The heavenly Tao is flawed and cannot be perfect. However, this world has a way to mend the heavens. Li Yu had already studied the essence of the perfect foundation building method that he had obtained from Shangguan Xiao. He now had a deep understanding of how to make up for the flaws in the foundation building. When breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, most people would do everything in their power just to break through the bottleneck in one go and break through the realm. Therefore, after I advanced to foundation establishment, cracks appeared on my Tao platform, but I didn't have the strength to repair them. If I miss this opportunity, unless I have a heaven-defying technique, I will never be able to make up for it. The perfect foundation building method that Shangguan Xiao had obtained was a heaven-defying technique. However, Li Yu now had an even better method. I'll borrow the power of external objects to repair the Tao pillar. In the end, external objects are external objects. How can they compare to the power of my own body? After forming the 100 foundation stones and forging the Tao pillar, Li Yu still had some spiritual power and chi and blood left in him, which he could use to repair the Tao pillar. With a single thought, the violet gold chi and blood, the golden spiritual power, and the white divine will merged into one, transforming into a 3-colored liquid that merged into the Tao pillar's crack. Boom! The Tao pillar shook violently, emitting a shocking sound as a 3-colored light shot up into the sky. In this moment, Li Yu's Tao pillar no longer had the slightest crack, nor the slightest blemish. It was perfect, radiant, divine, and glorious. Such a heaven-defying action would be met with the wrath of the heavens. Crack! Boom! It was as if heaven and earth were enraged. Up in the sky above the blood demon sect, countless black clouds began to gather. Thunder boomed, and lightning flashed. Domineering, heaven-destroying, earth-extinguishing power coalesced within the clouds. What's going on? The shocking phenomenon caused all of the blood demon sect cultivators to stare with wide eyes and slack jaws. Heavenly tribulation? It's actually heavenly tribulation? How could there be heavenly tribulation? Deep within the Blood Demon sect, Patriarch Blood Demon looked up at the heavenly tribulation gathering in the sky, his face filled with shock. It wasn't that heavenly tribulation didn't exist in this world. When concocting heaven-defying pills or magical items, there would be heavenly tribulation. However, this heavenly tribulation was tens of thousands of times more powerful than pill tribulation or magical tribulation. Heaven-defying, and heaven and earth will not tolerate it? Heaven-defying, huh? Heh, not bad. Another heaven-defying cultivator. Patriarch Blood Demon grinned and looked around, trying to find the target of the heavenly tribulation. Boom! Lightning flashed, and a bolt of lightning that looked like a lightning dragon descended from the sky, heading toward the well. Over there, Patriarch Blood Demon shot to his feet and stared in the direction of the well. It took him a long time to recover from his shock. Don't tell me. This is the work of the cultivator who entered the Blood Immortal Legacy Zone? Just what did that guy do? A thunderstorm descended. The violent heavenly tribulation lightning smashed down, as if countless lightning dragons were descending from the sky. The dense lightning fell like rain. The area around the well, dozens of kilometers in all directions, was pulverized in a fine powder by the heavenly tribulation lightning. Only the dilapidated ancient well was still standing tall and upright. Doomblood Immortal will not share the heavens with the G clan. So what if it's heavenly tribulation? So what if it's heavenly might? We will never yield. We swear never to bow our heads. We swear to conquer the heavens. Fight! 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 Boundless, bloody light shot up from the well, blotting out the sky and covering the earth as it swept through the heavens. Tion is tyrannical, and I swear to conquer the heavens. Kill! Within the bloody light, a tall, imposing figure stood proudly. He wore a blood-colored mask on his face and held a flag with 3 streamers in his hand. Beneath him was an enormous bronze war chariot, pulled by an enormous, ferocious, blood-colored beast. Behind him, banners fluttered in the wind, and swords and spears formed a forest. Countless figures seethed with murderous auras followed the war chariot and the figure into the heavens. They fought against the heavens and the earth, and swore never to bow their heads, never to yield. Even if they died 100 times, they swore an oath of loyalty. Father, Patriarch Blood Demon looked at the figure within the bloody light, and 2 streams of hot tears rolled down his cheeks. Under Patriarch Blood Demon's sorrowful and pained gaze, the bloody light filled the heavens. The countless unyielding figures, the unwilling souls, began to fight with the heavenly tribulation. I was planning on tricking them, said Patriarch Blood Demon. I never imagined that you would react so violently. Lee, you had originally planned on using the restrictive spells in the Blood Immortal Legacy Zone to resist the heavenly tribulation. That way, at most, the heavenly tribulation would attack the Legacy Zone, and the Lee clan patriarch, who possessed the Legacy Zone's guardian spirit, would fall into a trap. However, it seemed as if the heavenly tribulation had descended upon the Blood Demon sect, stirring up the Blood Immortal's will, causing it to explode. Fine, said Patriarch Blood Demon. Even if he dies, even if you consider him an unfilial son, you still want to protect him from harm? Liu sighed. If that's the case, then I owe you a favor. From now on, I'll help you. Recommended Gorilla's Entertainment Hooligan. It's a different kind of urban entertainment novel, and worth paying attention to. Chapter 12:14. The perfect foundation has been established. With the Blood Immortal's remnant while fighting against the heavens and the earth, the heavenly tribulation lightning could not descend. Liu's perfect foundation could be considered complete. To re-embark on the path of cultivation, Liu needed enlightenment from the process. A cultivation, a life, and then the third blade of spirit severs this body. It should allow me to understand how to transform my body into primordial chaos. This was the reason why Liu had decided to re-embark on the path of cultivation in this world. To re-embark on the path of cultivation, to gain enlightenment of life, to gain enlightenment of my own third blade of spirit severing, to cut away all falsehood and reveal the truth. Finally, I will have a body of primordial chaos. By now, Liu had gained quite a bit of enlightenment on the path of transforming into primordial chaos. However, this was an unprecedented path. This was a path that no one had ever walked before. Everything had to be explored by oneself. Everything had to be understood by oneself. A great man once said, "Cross the river by feeling the stones." This path of mine can be considered to be crossing the river by feeling the stones. Liu finished his cultivation and turned his head to look at the Blood Immortal Legacy Zone. Once again, he felt like having some fun. Of course, I don't need the Blood Immortal Legacy. However, it seems I can play the game of Blood Immortal Legacy. In an experience, in a life, gains and losses were not the most important thing. The process was the most important. Since it was crossing the river by feeling the stones, then Liu planned to feel the stones in the Blood Immortal Legacy Zone. I definitely won't cheat people. At least I won't cheat them too badly. Liu leapt up and descended from the head of the enormous beast statue. He entered the Blood Immortal Legacy Zone through the tunnel. In front of him was a vast expanse of heaven and earth. The sky was high and the clouds were light. The blue sky was vast and the white clouds were leisurely drifting. It gave off a pure and holy feeling. I thought the Blood Immortal Legacy Zone would be a sea of blood, with the light of blood filling the sky. I didn't expect it to be like this. Liu stood on a floating platform, looking out at the world. He smiled and nodded. The Blood Immortal is one of the 3 demon lords of the primordial demon immortal sect. After all, she is the orthodox successor of the 9 mountains and seas, not a heretical sect. When Lord Li established the demon immortal sect, in addition to the 2 great battle immortals of the Fang clan and the Ji clan, the other 3 demon lords of the demon immortal sect were all capable subordinates of Lord Li. The Blood Immortal was the lord of Mount Blood Demon of the demon immortal sect and one of Lord Li's subordinates. Lord Li disappeared and the Ji clan changed. As a subordinate of Lord Li, the Blood Immortal naturally wouldn't submit to a traitor like the Ji family. This was the reason why he didn't share the heavens with the Ji clan. Is that the Blood Immortal? Looking up at the sky, there was a huge altar floating at the highest point of the sky. Above the altar, there was a person sitting on a huge stone chair. It was a figure wearing a blood-red robe and a blood-red mask on his face. He was extremely majestic and imposing. High up in the sky, he overlooked the entire world. It goes without saying that this person was the Blood Immortal, the lord of Mount Blood Demon of the demon immortal sect. This should be the incarnation of a remnant will. The lord of Mount Blood Demon perished in the primordial demon immortal sect. This figure can't possibly be the true lord of Mount Blood Demon. Liu looked away and looked at the sky below the Blood Immortal's altar. Below the Blood Immortal's altar, there were 9 enormous stone platforms floating. Each stone platform was enormous and glittered with a resplendent light. The 9 stone platforms were like 9 flights of stairs, each of which connected to the Blood Immortal's altar at the highest point in the sky. This was the Blood Immortal Legacy Zone. Past the 9 trials, climb the 9 flights of stairs, and finally arrive in front of the Blood Immortal to receive the Blood Immortal Legacy. Unfortunately, up until now, no one had been able to pass all 9 trials and truly step onto the 9th stone platform. So, quite a few people have arrived already. Turning his head to look around, Liu saw 8 balls of light floating around the first stone platform. Within the balls of light were 8 indistinct figures. There are 9 entrances to the Blood Immortal Legacy Zone, each of which leads to this place. So, the other 8 must be the inheritors who entered from the other entrances. Looking up at the balls of light, Liu saw Meng Hao, as well as the other chosen who had come to acquire the legacy. Since there are already 8 people, adding I to the list shouldn't be a big deal, right? Liu rubbed his chin, smiled, and took a step forward. Buzz! A beam of light rose up, transforming into a ball of light that carried Li Yu to the first stone platform. Another one has arrived. There are 9 entrances to the Blood Immortal Legacy Zone. Over the years, 7 entrances have been discovered. This time, even the last 2 entrances have been opened. It looks like this Blood Immortal Legacy will be the most crucial one. Surrounding the 7 entrances was a screen of light that displayed the scene of the Legacy Zone. Li Yu's appearance and the 9 balls of light surrounding the first stone platform caused the expressions of the countless people who were paying attention to the Blood Immortal Legacy Zone to turn serious. The last 2 entrances to the unknown world had already been opened. This Blood Immortal Legacy Zone was definitely going to be extraordinary. Blood Immortal Legacy Zone, 9 arrays open. Only 1 person will be selected for the 9 trials. There are no rules here. Only a strand of heart blood can transform into a blood divinity. Remember, the blood divinity is the key to acquiring the legacy. Legacy trial. Begin. An ancient voice echoed between the heavens and the earth. On the blood immortal altar, high up in the sky, the imposing figure of the blood immortal raised her hand slightly. Suddenly, 9 beams of light flew out, heading toward the 9 people surrounding the first platform. Blood divinity? Li Yu reached out with his hand and caught the beam of light. Nurtured by heart blood and transformed into a blood divinity, it actually has the power of good fortune. Seeing the blood-red light in his hand, Li Yu quickly understood the essence of it. Blood immortal, or mountain lord blood demon. In essence, the power of the blood immortal is a type of life force. Blood represents life force. It was no wonder that a life form like the blood god could be born as long as a sliver of his heart's blood was fused into this bloody light, because this beam of light was the purest form of life force. This is going to be fun. Li Yu looked at the beam of light in his hand, his face full of smiles. The Blood Immortal Legacy Zone is filled with trials and dangers. Blood divinities are bound to fall. So, I can sell a blood divinity now? It's tailor-made, and it's the real deal. It's a fair trade. As long as you give me the money, I can make any blood divinity you want. Waving his hand, he put the beam of light into the resource vault. Using the system's functions, he analyzed the beam of light that contained endless life force. Li Yu found that his blood divinity sale plan could be carried out. The resource vault still had 2 terrifying existences, the Immortal Emperor of Darkness and Panyu. As long as he took out a little bit of energy, he could make any blood divinity you wanted. So I'm going to scam all the geniuses of the Southern Domain's great families and sect. Scamming people is what I want. A strange smile appeared on Li Yu's face. Chapter 12:15. Using heart blood to create a blood divinity? The Blood Immortal Legacy really is strange. Meng Hao stood within the sphere of light, looking at the blood-colored light in his hand. He took a deep breath. Let's see what kind of blood divinity I can create. He spat out a mouthful of heart blood, which merged into the blood-colored light. With a buzzing sound, the blood-colored light began to circulate. A blood-colored cocoon about half the height of a person appeared next to Meng Hao. A life force began to grow within the cocoon. At the same time, Meng Hao discovered that he had formed an indescribable connection with a life form within the blood-colored cocoon. Time passed. Outside of the first platform, the chosen within the spheres of light began to give birth to their own blood divinities. The only exception was Li Yu. There was no sign of activity. The cry of a phoenix rose to the heavens. A blood-colored phoenix broke out of its shell, spreading its feathers as it soared into the heavens. Roar! A dragon's roar shook the heavens as a blood-colored dragon soared into the sky, wriggling about. Roar! A black tortoise roared into the sky. Moments later, everyone's blood divinities were born. Blood dragon, blood phoenix, black tortoise. Look, that person's blood divinity is in human form. What's a human blood divinity? There's a blood sword over there. The blood divinities of all the chosen were born, causing the spectators to discuss the blood immortal legacy. Huh, that person's blood divinity is actually a dog? TSK, TSK. This person definitely has no fate with the blood immortal legacy. Meng Hao's blood divinity was born. It was a little puppy with red fur. Other than the fact that its fur was a bit special, it was just an ordinary dog. Compared to the blood dragons and blood phoenixes, it was trash. Born lowly, but with lofty aspirations. A blood divinity is formed from heart blood. This dog is a true reflection of myself. Meng Hao held the puppy up high. Birth is not everything. One day, you will grow claws, you will grow fangs. One day, you will shock the world. Meng Hao had no regrets about his blood divinity puppy, nor was he disappointed. His heart was filled with fighting spirit. However, he wasn't the worst of them all. Did that person fail to nurture the blood god? If he can't even give birth to a blood god, how bad is he? What a waste of a spot for the blood immortal legacy. The onlookers outside were both annoyed and mocking him. The 7 entrances to the blood immortal legacy zone had already been revealed. They had long since been occupied by the various sect and aristocratic families. Outsiders simply had no chance to participate. 2 entrances that had never appeared before had actually appeared this time. But the 2 cultivators who came in through these 2 entrances were simply too unbearable. One of them had a blood god like a dog, and the other couldn't even give birth to a blood god. The spectators were filled with hatred. They felt that if it were them, they would definitely be 100 times stronger than them. Adding random ingredients, did it really break? How interesting. Liu shook his head with a smile as he looked at the bloody light in his hand. Just now, he took a trace of Pan Yu's heart blood and tried to see if he could breed Blood God. And then, the experiment failed as expected. No matter how powerful the Blood Immortal was, she definitely couldn't breed Pan Yu. Pan Yu is equivalent to all heaven. The Blood Immortal's life force is definitely not enough. Even young Pan Yu wouldn't be enough. Then, let's change the game. Liu waved his hand and created another streak of bloody light. With the system's functions, Liu could actually create a blood god from the resource vault. But it was just for fun. Why so serious? That person took out another streak of bloody light? What's going on? Isn't everyone supposed to only have one streak of bloody light? Seeing Liu casually release another streak of bloody light, all the onlookers were dumbfounded. And then, the bloody light shattered again. The Dark Immortal Emperor failed. Liu shook his head and released another streak of bloody light. Streaks of bloody light shattered one after another. Then, more streaks of bloody light were released. Seeing this scene, the onlookers were completely dumbfounded. That person, where did he come from? Everyone only has one streak of bloody light to create a blood god. But how can he have so many? It's like he can never use them all. Roar! A thunderous roar was heard. As the bloody lights surged, a 30-meter-long dragon turtle stepped out of the bloody light and crawled in front of Liu. Dragon Son Baxia is successfully created. Liu smiled and nodded. He stepped on a Baxia's back and sat down leisurely. Then, he unhurriedly stepped onto the first stage and entered the first trial ground. This is his blood god. He failed so many times, but he actually created such a terrifying beast. This thing is even scarier than the blood dragon and bloodwind, isn't it? Seeing Liu create such a terrifying beast after dozens of failures, the onlookers were shocked again. He's lagging behind by so much. The fastest one has already entered the 4th trial ground. No matter how powerful his blood god is, he can't catch up. Although that was the case, the various families and sect of the Southern Mountain Range were also paying attention to Liu. This person was very strange. He could be a formidable opponent for the prodigies of their sect. However, although the scene in the Blood God's inheritance ground was displayed on the screen, they couldn't see the true appearance. No one knew where Liu came from. The first trial is to test the aptitude of the Blood God. I pass after absorbing all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the first trial ground. Liu shook his head. Unfortunately, I won't follow your rules. Liu patted blood god Baxia and pointed forward. Shatter it. Roar. A mighty bloody light soared into the sky. Blood god Baxia's body suddenly expanded, revealing its 10,000-meter-long body. It waved its giant claws and slapped the void in front of it. Boom! With a loud explosion, even the void was shattered. With the formation broken, Liu rode blood god Baxia leisurely across the first stone platform and onto the second. This was the reason why Liu had been fiddling with it for so long. If he wanted to sell a blood god, he naturally had to deliver it to his doorstep. Without creating a powerful blood god, Liu would not be able to travel back and forth between the 9 stone platforms at will. Unless he used the power of the system, it would be impossible for him to do so. Is there no one in the second trial? By the time Liu reached the second platform, the people in front had already run far away. A customer has appeared. At this moment, Liu suddenly saw a young cultivator covered in wounds sitting on the third platform in front of him with a dejected expression. His blood god had already fallen in the third trial. Business is here. Liu hurriedly patted blood god Baxia. Go to the third trial as fast as you can. If he was too late, this cultivator who had failed the trial might quit, and the business wouldn't be able to continue. Roar! Blood god Baxia roared and sprinted forward like an arrow. There was a loud boom as it crashed through the second trial formation and charged into the third trial. Young man, come by, blood god. Liu jumped down from blood god Baxia's back and spoke with a big smile, amidst the shock of the cultivator who had fallen to the blood god. Genuine goods at a fair price. Chapter 12:16. The fallen blood divinity cultivator looked at Liu with a blank expression. Well, what did you say? Young man, come by, a blood divinity. Liu looked at the cultivator with a smile. Your blood divinity has perished, and you have lost the qualifications to participate in the trial by fire. You've missed out on the blood immortal legacy. Are you unwilling? Are you unwilling? Are you F*** King kidding me? The solitary sword sect cultivator unsheathed his sword, and sword chi shot up into the air. He was stamping with rage. You dare to humiliate me? I'll fight you to the death. Stop! 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 Liu is here to con people. Oh, to do business, not to fight. He waved his hand, and a bloody glow appeared. See? Isn't it just selling blood divinities? How big of a deal is that? Tell me, what kind of blood divinities do you want? I just opened today, so I'll give you a discount. I'll customize one for you. Seeing the bloody glow in Liu's hand, the cultivator from the solitary sword sect trembled. This bloody glow was exactly the same as the one that had given birth to his blood divinity. Because of this, the cultivator from the solitary sword sect began to doubt Liu's outrageous claim of selling blood divinities. Oh, I remember now. You're the cultivator who gave birth to the blood divinity sword, right? Your blood divinity is a sword? Liu nodded and said to the cultivator from the solitary sword sect, release a stream of sword chi. I'll customize a blood divinity sword for you. You can really sell blood divinities? The cultivator from the solitary sword sect blinked in disbelief. However, the blood immortal legacy could not be missed. What if what Liu said was true? The cultivator from the solitary sword sect took a deep breath and quickly released a stream of sword chi into the bloody glow in Liu's hand. Very good. It's almost done. Liu nodded. He clasped his hands together, and the bloody glow began to shine. With a clang, an incomparably sharp blood-colored longsword appeared in Liu's hand. It was bursting with sword chi. Here, try it and see if it's suitable for you. Liu casually tossed the blood god sword to the solitary sword sect cultivator. This is really the blood god? Can you really sell the blood god? As he gripped the blood god sword, the solitary sword sect cultivator's face filled with shock. He felt as if he were in a dream. Blood gods could even be sold? It could even be customized? What was going on? The blood god sword in his hand seemed to be even stronger than the previous one, sharper and more flexible. Even though the solitary sword sect cultivators found it hard to believe, they had no choice but to believe it. It's a small business. We don't accept credit. Liu reminded him with a smile. Yes. Yes. If you dare to sell, I dare to buy. The cultivators of the solitary sword sect didn't care about why the blood divinity was being sold. Passing the 9 trials and obtaining the blood immortal legacy was the most important thing. How much should I pay? No one had ever bought a blood god before. The cultivators of the solitary sword sect didn't know what price to pay. This isn't just a blood god, said Meng Hao. It's a chance to obtain the blood immortal legacy. You've already failed, but I'm giving you another chance to obtain the blood immortal legacy. No amount of gold can buy this chance. Liu grinned. Since you're the first buyer, I'll give you a discount. Give me half of your belongings in exchange. What do you say? Half of my belongings? The cultivators of the solitary sword sect frowned, then looked up at the blood immortal altar high up in the sky. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Deal. Many thanks for your patronage." Liu unceremoniously took away half of the solitary sword sect cultivator's wealth. I wish you all the best. Huh? A blood god fell in the 4th trial? Business is here. I'll take my leave first. Even as he spoke, Liu suddenly saw a fallen blood god appear on the platform of the 4th trial. He quickly patted the blood god Baxia, and with a rumbling sound, charged forward. He barged his way through the trial grounds of the 3rd trial, and stepped onto the platform of the 4th trial. Young lady, come by a blood god. You don't believe me? Look behind you. Look at that solitary sword sect cultivator in the 3rd trial. Do you see him? His previous blood god fell. I's the one who sold it to him. Price? Of course it's all the valuables in your bag of holding. Expensive? Young lady, I's selling you a chance to obtain the blood immortal legacy. Do you think it's worthless? A moment later, a business transaction was completed. What? Your blood god's sword was broken? Young man, this is your last chance. You must cherish it. The solitary sword sect cultivator bought another blood god sword, then charged into the trial grounds of the legacy trial grounds. Your blood phoenix has fallen? Don't panic, I'm here. Your black tortoise died? How big of a deal is that? Come, I'll sell you one. Under the shocked gazes of all the participants of the blood immortal trial, and under the dumbfounded gazes of the onlookers, Big Boss Li's business was in full swing. He can enter and leave the trial grounds as he pleases. He can sell blood gods. Who the hell is he? Everyone who saw this scene was completely stupefied. Was this still the blood immortal trial grounds? How did it become like this? Brotherly, you're awesome. Meng Hao patted the enormous blood mastiff next to him. He watched you come and go, scamming people. Doing business everywhere. He sighed inwardly. Only someone like Brotherly would be able to pull off such a trick. After being tormented by Brotherly, it was still unknown whether or not the various aristocratic sect disciples would be able to obtain the blood immortal legacy. However, all of their possessions would fall into Brotherly's pockets. This was inevitable. Young man, your blood gods are pretty good. I also provide custom equipment for blood gods. Do you want one? Liu sat cross-legged on the back of the blood god Tyrannosaurus and rushed all the way to the 8th floor. He arrived next to Li Daoi, the Dao child of the Li clan, and began to promote his services. Li Daoi looked as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Above his head, a 10,000-meter-long blood dragon roared as it prepared for battle. In Li Daoi's opinion, Liu, this strange guy, was the true enemy of this blood immortal trial. Hey, do you want to buy or not? Say something. Even if we can't make a deal, we can still be friends. Liu didn't care about Li Daoi's hostile attitude at all. Instead, he was focused on doing business. No need. Li Daoi didn't want to fight Liu right now. This enemy was unfathomable. If they fought now, even if he had a trump card, it wouldn't be easy to win. Instead, it would be easy for others to take advantage of him. You're not buying? Haha, don't regret it. Liu shook his head with a smile, then turned and left. The blood god Tyrannosaurus roared as he turned and entered the 7th floor. Young man, do you need any blood god equipment? When Liu arrived on the 7th floor, he saw Meng Hao. Liu blinked a few times, then stretched out his hand and produced a set of ferocious-looking blood armor. Blood god equipment? Looks pretty good. I'll buy it. Meng Hao naturally knew that Li Yu wouldn't harm him. He was very interested in the blood god equipment that Li Yu was offering. Here you go. He waved his hand, and the blood god armor transformed into a beam of bloody light. It landed on Meng Hao's blood mastiff, revealing a set of ferocious-looking armor covered with spikes. Li Daoi is the true enemy. My armor is also a big scam. When facing Li Daoi, let the blood mastiff deal with his blood dragon. Li Yu transmitted to Meng Hao, then turned and rode the blood god Tyrannosaurus back to doing business. Chapter 12:17. Sell me another blood divinity. On the platform of the 6th level, a youth covered in wounds looked at Li Yu crazily. Sell me another blood divinity. This time, I'll definitely pass. Selling another one is no problem. Li Yu smiled and nodded. But what will you use to pay? The young cultivator, who was riddled with scars, lowered his head and looked at his waist. There was nothing there. The first time he bought a blood divinity, all of his belongings were in Li Yu's hands. He had no money left. My name is Wang Lihai. I'm a Wang clan Dao disciple. Sell me another blood divinity. The Wang clan of the Southern Domain will owe you a favor. In the future, there will be no shortage of benefits for you. With no money left, Wang Lihai could only use his clan's backing. Sorry, I'm running a small business. No credit allowed. Li Yu smiled and waved his hand. No money, no talk. You dare to ignore the Wang clan's good intentions? You don't know how to appreciate favors? The Blood Immortal legacy was very important to Wang Lihai. His position as Wang clan Dao disciple was unstable. Countless people of the same generation coveted his position. Only by obtaining the Blood Immortal legacy could he stabilize his position. The blood divinity had fallen twice. He had spent all of his belongings. If he couldn't buy another blood divinity, then he would steal it. Die. Wang Lihai took the risk and attacked Li Yu. TSK. I dare to sell a blood divinity. Naturally, I'm not afraid of others stealing it. Li Yu shook his head and patted blood divinity Bashia's back. Send him away. Roar. With a shocking roar, blood divinity Bashia swung his claws and sent Wang Lihai flying. You just wait. Unable to steal it, Wang Lihai could only leave behind a threat and leave the Blood Immortal legacy trial. Time continued to pass. More and more people fell to the blood divinity and left the Blood Immortal legacy trial. In the end, the only people left in the Blood Immortal legacy zone were Li Yu, Meng Hao, and Li Daoi. As for the others, even though Li Yu sold them the blood gods, they still couldn't make it to the end. In the end, the blood gods fell and they were defeated. Although they all wanted to buy another blood god, they were out of money. With Wang Lihai as an example, no one dared to snatch it. However, these defeated prodigies were all glaring at Li Yu with gritted teeth, as if they had a deep grudge against him. This is the human heart. Li Yu sighed and shook his head. Fear power, but not virtue. Even if you help him, he won't remember your help. As long as you don't help him even once, he will resent you. If we can't do business, then we can only watch the show. Sitting cross-legged on the back of the blood god Tyrannosaurus, Li Yu crossed his arms and began to act as a spectator. The struggle for the Blood Immortal legacy was now between Meng Hao and Li Daoi. Did Li Daoi enter the 8th level of the trial by fire? Meng Hao looked up at the platform of the 8th level. Li Daoi was nowhere to be seen. Obviously, he had already entered the 8th level of the trial by fire. I'm going to pass the 7th level. Meng Hao took a deep breath and led the blood mastiff into the 7th level of the trial by fire. To me, the Blood Immortal legacy isn't important. What's important is this blood mastiff. We've gone through the Blood Immortal trials together, and we've gone through life and death together. It's my partner. He turned his head to look at the ferocious blood mastiff, his eyes filled with determination. If I don't get the Blood Immortal legacy, then the blood mastiff can't live forever. For it, I must get the Blood Immortal legacy. Roar. The blood mastiff, which was connected to Meng Hao's thoughts, raised its head to the sky and roared. One man and one dog charged into the 7th floor, their hearts filled with absolute determination. If I want something, the heavens cannot do without it. If I don't want something, the heavens cannot have it. If you don't give it to me, then I'll take it. The Tao pillars of foundation establishment shone with boundless golden light. A perfect Tao foundation could not be tolerated by the heavens, so it defied the heavens. By this time, Meng Hao had already reached the perfect foundation with the help of the complexion pill concocted by Chu Yuyan. The will of the heavens exploded out. The perfect foundation crazily absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It only went in, not out. It was perfect and without flaw. Boom! The entire 7th level of the trial by fire exploded, transforming into an enormous amount of spiritual energy. Meng Hao madly absorbed it, transforming it into his own cultivation base. As the spiritual energy poured into his sea of qi, the 2nd level of the Tao pillar formed. It was also perfect and without flaw, and radiant with radiance. Buzz! At the highest point of the Blood Immortal Legacy Zone, atop the Blood Immortal Altar, sat the figure on the stone throne. Beneath the blood-colored mask, a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly opened. What a perfect foundation! What a will of the heavens! The Blood Immortal of Doom does not share the heavens with the G clan. If you do not defy the heavens, how can you be qualified to receive my legacy? The figure of the Blood Immortal twitched its finger. Boom! 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 A series of explosions sounded out. From the 1st level to the 6th level, all of the trial by fire arrays exploded. All of the spiritual energy rushed toward Meng Hao. So the Blood Immortal really did choose Meng Hao. Seeing this, Liu shrugged his shoulders. Li Daoi won't accept this. What's going on? At this moment, everyone in the outside world was staring at the screen. One by one, the trial by fire arrays collapsed. An endless amount of spiritual energy rushed toward Meng Hao, whose hands would the Blood Immortal Legacy fall into. In the eyes of the onlookers, Li Yu was mysterious and unfathomable. He could even sell the blood divinity. Perhaps he had a deep relationship with the Blood Immortal. His chances of receiving the legacy were very high. Li Daoi was far in the lead. He had already reached the 8th level. As long as he could pass the final level, he would receive the legacy. As for Meng Hao, the scene before them was clearly the result of the Blood Immortal Legacy Zone. He had a higher chance of receiving the legacy. Those two, they really are strong opponents. Li Daoi, who was in the middle of the 8th level, turned his head to look behind him. His eyes were cold. Don't worry about them. The Blood Immortal has long since perished. The one on the altar is not the real Blood Immortal, but a remnant of her will. Even if she approves of the kid with the dog, she has no choice but to follow the rules of the Legacy Zone. The blood dragon circled above Li Daoi's head. Unexpectedly, it spoke. The patriarch failed to pass the level, and his body was damaged. He could only use the art of possession to possess the guardian puppet. After all these years, I've learned a lot about the Blood Immortal Legacy Zone. The Blood Immortal Legacy will definitely be yours. Roar! The blood dragon let out a resounding roar. Boundless bloody light exploded out as it broke through the 8th level's trial by fire spell. Hurry! Hurry up and get in front of the kid. Whoever gets to the Blood Immortal's altar first will get the legacy. The blood dragon roared. It wrapped around Li Daoi and exploded with a bloody light as it charged into the 9th level of the trial by fire. Boom! Meng Hao led the blood mastiff into the 8th level. The 8th level's trial by fire spell exploded, transforming into spiritual energy that poured into Meng Hao's body. The Blood Immortal chose me, so I don't need to pass the level. Without the slightest hesitation, Meng Hao led the blood mastiff into the 9th level. Boom! The 9th level of the spell formation also exploded, transforming into spiritual energy that poured into Meng Hao's body. However, Li Daoi had already reached the top of the Blood Immortal's altar. Chapter 12:18. Damn it. Is he going to beat me to it? Seeing Li Daoi climb onto the Blood Immortal altar, Meng Hao's pupils constricted. He quickly jumped up and charge toward the blood immortal altar. Stop them. Only when I merge with the blood immortal mask and become the weapon spirit can you obtain the legacy. The blood dragon roared at Li Daoi. The sky was filled with a bloody glow. Its enormous body transformed into a bloody light that shot toward the blood immortal mask. Roar! At the same time, the blood dragon charged toward the blood immortal mask. Meng Hao's blood mastiff also transformed into a streak of light and charged toward the blood immortal mask. Li Daoi wanted to stop it, but he couldn't. It was as if the blood mastiff was an invisible bloody light that couldn't be broken or blocked. Boom! Almost at the same time, the two streaks of bloody light shot into the blood immortal mask and exploded with a heaven-shaking boom. The blood immortal's figure that was sitting on the stone chair disappeared without a trace. All that was left was a bloody mask floating in the air. You dare to fight with me? You're seeking your own death. Not being able to stop the blood mastiff made Li Daoi furious. His face was ferocious as he stared at Meng Hao. He waved his hand and a golden light flashed. A mighty golden flame swept out. I'm at the great circle of foundation establishment. You're at the early stage. More importantly, the blood dragon was transformed by my ancestor. Your dog will only end up being devoured by my ancestor. Why do you have to fight with me? Spreading out a golden flame, Li Daoi was like a god standing proudly in the golden light. He was majestic and insufferably arrogant. Why do I have to fight with you? Why don't you try and find out? Meng Hao roared. His finger was like a sword as he slashed toward Li Daoi's head. Invisible breeze sword. A wisp of wind silently floated by. It was like the evening breeze of the setting sun. It was as soft as silk and could only move the hair by the ear. Boom! When the wisp of wind reached Li Daoi's body, the golden flame around Li Daoi suddenly exploded. It was as if something had violently struck it. I didn't expect you to have such a wind magic. Unfortunately, my golden flames will never be extinguished. You can't break through my defense. You're dead. Li Daoi laughed coldly. He waved his hand, causing flames to surge up into the air. They transformed into a 300-meter-long golden flame dragon that shot toward Meng Hao. Raging flames overflowed and covered the sky. Although Meng Hao didn't know what golden scorch fire was, he knew that he couldn't let it touch him. Shadowless wind escape. An invisible wind swirled around Meng Hao, and he rose up into the air, shaking the 9 heavens. By a hair's breadth, Meng Hao flew up into the air, avoiding Li Daoi's flame dragon. With my current strength, I'm still far from being able to defeat Li Daoi, who is at the peak of foundation establishment. Can I only use my Dharma treasure? He had acquired a mountain of treasures from Patriarch Reliance, and now he had more than enough magical items. He even had spirit-severing treasures. There was no need for a high-grade one. As long as he took out a Jindan magic treasure, he could easily defeat Li Daoi. However, the Blood Mastiff has the Blood God's armor from Brother Li. Considering Brother Li's methods, the Blood Mastiff will definitely win. This Li Daoi is perfect for me to temper myself. Having avoided Li Daoi's flame dragon, Meng Hao waved his hand and sent out numerous formless breeze swords. Of the Samadhi celestial wind, I've only mastered the formless breeze swords and the shadowless wind escape. My third magic, formless astral wind magic. What exactly is formless? The wind screamed, and the raging flames roiled. Meng Hao and Li Daoi were locked in battle, and in his heart, he was pondering what formless astral wind magic was. I'm surprised that you have such skill in wind magic. However, you're still far from it. I'll show you what a real spell is. Li Daoi was a Dao child of the Li clan, a peak foundation establishment cultivator. Yet, he couldn't take down an early foundation establishment cultivator for a long time. This made Li Daoi very embarrassed, and he had no choice but to use his full power. The essence of fire is to burn. The flame of the golden flame can burn all living things. He raised both hands high, and raging flames filled the sky. The blazing flames burned everything in sight, as if they were about to ignite the very air itself. The raging flames engulfed the sky, incinerating all living things. It was unstoppable. The essence of fire? The essence? So that's how it is. Meng Hao's eyes lit up, and he smiled. At this moment, he understood what formless astral wind magic was. The free wind, the unrestrained wind, the ever-changing wind, the formless wind. This was the essence of wind. Wind is originally formless and formless. The formless breeze sword, the shadowless wind escape, and the formless astral wind magic. Three magics combined into one. That is the Samadhi celestial wind. A tornado that connected the heavens and the earth appeared. The wind screamed, and sand and pebbles flew. The sky darkened. The white clouds were blown away, and the blue sky was blown open. The tornado that swept out shattered everything, annihilated everything. The raging flames that Li Daoi had released were swept up by the Samadhi celestial wind and were instantly extinguished. The raging wind swept Li Daoi up and flung him to the edge of the enormous altar, where he slammed into the ground. Puff! Li Daoi coughed up a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Beautifully done. At this time, Li Yu sat on Blood God Bashia's back and stepped onto the Blood Immortal's altar. You won, and so did your dog. I won. Meng Hao let out a long sigh and turned his head to look at the center of the altar, where a blood-colored mask floated. At this moment, there was no dragon on the blood-colored mask. All that remained was a blood-colored mastiff roaring at the sky. So, the Blood Immortal Legacy is mine? Meng Hao waved his hand, and the blood-colored mask fell into his hand. However, he couldn't sense the existence of the Blood Immortal Legacy from this mask. Just a little bit more. Li jumped off Blood God Bashia's back. He waved his hand, and Blood God Bashia transformed into a beam of bloody light that entered the blood-colored mask. The only way to activate the Blood Immortal Legacy is to merge all of the blood divinities into one. Li Yu turned his head to look at the remnants of the 9th level platform. He smiled and shook his head. Actually, the first time the blood divinities of those who came to me died, they already merged with the blood-colored mask. They lost their qualifications long ago. The blood divinities, I sold them, will never be able to activate the Blood Immortal Legacy. So they were screwed over? I hope they don't know the truth. If they do, they'll probably cough up blood. Meng Hao was familiar with Brother Li's preferences and knew that he was never tired of screwing people over. He couldn't help but sympathize with the various cultivators who had been screwed over. They had spent their entire fortune to buy a fake, and to this day, they didn't even know that they had bought a fake. It was too tragic. Buzz, the blood-colored mask in Meng Hao's hand emitted a buzzing sound. The blood-colored mask retracted, and the Blood God Bashia merged with it fell into a deep slumber. With a single word from Faceless, the flames of war unite, the remnant clouds, the blood rain, and the sea overflow. The God Enforcer Senzi Moda, the blood of all spirits is refined into the 9 slaughters. An indescribable message entered Meng Hao's mind. This was the Blood Immortal Legacy. Chapter 1219. Someone stole the Blood Immortal Legacy. Find that person. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, you have to find him. And the one who sold the Blood Divinity, we can't let him go either. The Blood Immortal Legacy trial by fire was over. However, none of the 3 great clans and 5 great sects of the Southern Domain had acquired the legacy. None of the 3 great clans and 5 great sects of the Southern Domain had acquired the Blood Immortal Legacy. Instead, a rogue cultivator of unknown origin had acquired the legacy. How could the top powers of the Southern Domain possibly swallow this insult? So, I'm a wanted criminal. After the Blood Immortal Legacy trial by fire was over, Liu left the well near the Blood Demon sect. He had just arrived at a city of cultivators outside of the Blood Demon sect when he saw a wanted poster for himself. Who put up this video? What an imbecile. It doesn't match my image as a wise and mighty man at all. In the video on the wanted poster, Liu's face was covered with a sinister smile. His face was that of an unscrupulous merchant, completely unlike His Majesty Emperor Yu's transcendent, peerless, glorious image. used a three-colored spear to swindle a Violet Fate sect elder. The Violet Fate sect elder considers this the greatest humiliation of his life. Used a fake spirit severing treasure to participate in an auction at the 100 Treasures Pavilion. Forced a cultivator from the Western Desert's Heavenly Cloud tribe to spend a fortune on a fake. The treasure appraiser of the 100 Treasures Pavilion took the blame and resigned. Sold a fake blood divinity in the blood immortal trial by fire, swindling disciple from the 3 great worlds and 5 great sect. This kid is vicious and evil to the extreme, treacherous and cunning. Everyone has the right to kill him. The 3 great worlds and 5 great sect have jointly issued a wanted poster for him in the southern domain. Seeing the words on the wanted poster, Liu was speechless. A wanted poster for the entire southern domain? Is there a need to be so ruthless? More importantly, why is Meng Hao's crime lighter than mine? Liu was everyone has the right to kill, but Meng Hao was captured alive. They were both accomplices, so why was there such a difference in treatment? Of course, Liu was well aware of the reason for this difference in treatment. Meng Hao had the legacy of the Blood Immortal. Capturing him alive and then interrogating him for the legacy was the key. Naturally, he couldn't be killed by everyone. How interesting. Liu flicked his sleeves and swaggered away. He had no intention of hiding his tracks. It's Ai's first time being hunted down. It must be very interesting. Since he was going to enter the world to cultivate, this kind of experience was worth experiencing. Didn't you see Meng Hao being chased from the beginning to the end until he became a demon sovereign? Not only did he not hide his tracks, he even deliberately exposed his tracks. Therefore, the pursuit was about to arrive. Brat, stop! Not long after leaving the cultivator city, Liu was chased by 5 cultivators. An early Foundation establishment kid actually offended one of the top powers in the southern domain. I really don't know where your courage comes from. The 5 cultivators surrounded Liu, their faces filled with murderous intent. Why are you wasting your breath on him? Let's just kill him and take his head to the bounty. It's worth 1,000,000 spirit stones. Beams of light shot up from magical items. The 5 cultivators released their magical items and were about to attack. Wait! Liu's face was filled with panic, as if he were scared witless. Don't you want to know why I'm wanted? Why would they pay 1,000,000 spirit stones? Heh, it's too late to beg for mercy. If we rogue cultivators want to live long, we've learned a rule. That is, don't listen to things you shouldn't know. The leader of the group, a middle-aged man, laughed coldly at Liu. It doesn't matter what enmity you have with the 3 clans and 5 sects. All we need to do is take your head to the bounty. Fine. Liu let out a long sigh, a look of resignation on his face. Since I'm going to die, there's no need for me to hide the secret of the precious treasure of good fortune. Gritting his teeth, a golden sphere appeared in Liu's hand. This is the reason why I was able to sell the blood divinity in the Blood Immortal Legacy Zone. It's a precious treasure of good fortune. Everything in the world can be created by good fortune. The 3 clans and 5 sects want to kill me for this precious treasure. Precious treasure of good fortune. Seeing the glowing golden sphere in Liu's hand, the cultivator's eyes went wide. No wonder he was able to sell the blood divinity in the Blood Immortal Legacy Zone. No wonder he was able to fool the nascent soul elders of the Violet Fate sect. No wonder he was able to create fake spirit-severing treasures. So, he had a precious treasure of good fortune. Now, Liu turned his head and glanced at the 5 cultivators around him. His face was filled with madness. Now, you all know the secret. Even if you kill me, you won't get the bounty. Even if you give away the precious treasure of good fortune, the 3 clans and 5 sects will silence you. What would he plan to do? Damn it, this secret was too big. No wonder the 3 clans and 5 sects had offered a bounty of 1,000,000 spirit stones. It was all for this precious treasure of good fortune. If they hadn't known about the existence of the precious treasure of good fortune, then whoever killed Li, you would have searched Liu's body and taken his head to claim the 1,000,000 spirit stones reward. And so, the precious treasure of good fortune was delivered right to their doorstep. The 3 clans and 5 sects could acquire the precious treasure of good fortune as easily as blowing off dust. Big bro, what do we do? The rogue cultivators looked at the middle-aged cultivator in the lead. Their eyes were filled with greed and fear. What do we do? Of course. The middle-aged cultivator's eyes flickered. Gritting his teeth, he brandished the flying sword in his hand. Take the precious treasure of good fortune, and then kill him. With such a precious treasure in hand, all he had to do was hide for a few years and wait for his strength to grow. What could the 3 clans and 5 sects possibly do? Spare me. I'll give you the precious treasure. Liu let out a cry of fear. He tossed the precious treasure of good fortune far away, then turned and fled. Precious treasure of good fortune. Seeing Liu throw out the golden ball, the 5 pursuing cultivators were stunned for a moment. Then, 4 of them turned around and chased after the supreme good fortune treasure. Only the middle-aged cultivator remained unmoved. Idiot! How do you know if what he threw out was real or fake? The middle-aged cultivator cursed and chased after Liu on his flying sword. What a treasure! What a treasure! It can really create all things. Look, these spirit stones were just made by me. One of the cultivators raised the precious treasure of good fortune and laughed in surprise. Brothers, we're rich. Puff. A sword light flew, blood splattered, and a head fell to the ground. The precious treasure of good fortune changed hands in an instant. One of the cultivators snatched the precious treasure of good fortune and turned to flee. 5th brother, you actually killed 2nd brother for such a thing? Brothers, avenge 2nd brother. Big bro, stop chasing. The precious treasure of good fortune is real. 2nd brother was killed by old 5th. Huh? It's actually real? When he heard that shout, the middle-aged man who was chasing after Liu paused and turned around hurriedly, charging in the direction of the precious treasure of good fortune. Fufu, you guys have fun. A precious treasure of good fortune was enough to cause brothers to turn against each other and kill each other. Big Broly expressed that this was a piece of cake. Waving his sleeves, Liu turned and flew away, disappearing without a trace. Kill! The treasure is mine. Sword lights flashed and heads rolled. In the end, Big Bro was still the strongest and obtained the precious treasure of good fortune. Ha ha! With this treasure in hand, I'll definitely be invincible in the world. Grabbing the precious treasure of good fortune, Big Broly was still laughing maniacally even though he was covered in blood. Then crack! The so-called treasure of creation shattered piece by piece and transformed into fragments that covered the ground. On my treasure! My treasure! A mournful wail echoed in the skies and did not calm down for a long time. Chapter 1220. That was a small trick. Liu pressed down on the conveyance light and landed on a cliff. He rolled his eyes a few times and began to come up with evil ideas again. For someone like I, even if I'm on the wanted list, I'll make a big show of it. Liu turned his head to look in the direction of the Black Civ sect. He had already come up with a plan. The Black Civ sect is currently recruiting rogue cultivators to explore the Black Civ pocket dimension. Haha, isn't the Black Civ sect looking for Foundation establishment rogue cultivators? I'll send you a whole bunch of them. Let's see if you can handle them. Having made up his mind, Liu shot up into the air toward the Black Civ sect. By now, Meng Hao should be in the cultivator city near the Black Civ sect. I'll need Meng Hao's cooperation. Since he was preparing to con someone, he couldn't be too high profile. He had to keep his identity hidden. Liu had mastered many types of transformation magic. There was the immortal Tao of martial arts, the myriad transformations. There was Celestial Emperor Huang's Zhuyin treasured art, the 72 transformations. There was also the 12 awakening transformations of the mortal world. Although Liu couldn't fully utilize these transformative divine abilities after walking the path of cultivation again, changing his appearance wasn't a problem. Liu waved his hand, and a faint light flashed. Instantly, he transformed into a handsome young cultivator who emanated a cold, aloof air. Sword chi filled the air, shooting up into the sky. After changing his appearance, Liu headed toward the cultivator city near the Black Sieve sect. A few days later, Liu arrived at the cultivator city near the Black Sieve sect. Meng Hao is also on the wanted list, he thought. He's definitely changed his appearance. Stepping into the city, Liu raised his eyes and scanned the surroundings. It was definitely very difficult to find a single person in such a huge city. However, Liu found Meng Hao very easily. You cultivate the Samadhi celestial wind, he said. This power is different from the mountain and sea realm. Others might not be able to tell the difference, but I can. It didn't take long for Liu to find him in a restaurant. Meng Hao's face was swarthy, and he wore a green robe. He was dressed like a scholar, and looked exactly like an ordinary scholar. With a perfect foundation, his entire body was flawless. As long as he didn't actively release his aura, no one would be able to detect his cultivation base. In the eyes of others, Meng Hao was nothing more than a mortal scholar. Why would cultivators pay attention to mortals? Meng Hao's simple makeup was actually able to fool him. As expected of the future demon lord, his intelligence is close to that of a demon. Liu nodded inwardly, then walked toward Meng Hao's restaurant. His face was grave and stern, and his entire body was emitting an icy cold sword chi. He was cold and arrogant, and it seemed like he didn't want anyone to approach him. There were many guests in the restaurant. There were both cultivators and mortals. In a cultivator city near a large sect like this, there was no such thing as cultivators bullying mortals. Everyone lived in harmony. As Liu entered the restaurant, the cold air caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Everyone knew that he was not someone to be trifled with. Sir, the second floor is full. Would you like to have a seat on the third floor? The waiter greeted him with a smile. Full. Liu looked at the waiter, his face expressionless. Then, he looked at Meng Hao. Aren't there still seats available? Meng Hao sat alone at a table. There were still a few empty seats. Liu walked up to Meng Hao with no trace of politeness. Face cold, he said, That's a good seat. I'll take it. Huh? Meng Hao frowned, speechless. Did I hide it too well? Did he think I was a pushover? Junior brother Meng, it's me. Liu winked at him. I'm not going to bully a mortal like you, he said. I'm not going to bully a mortal like you. This is a protective talisman. Although it's an unorthodox talisman, for a mortal scholar like you, it's still a rare treasure. I'll use it to buy your seat. What do you say? He pulled out a talisman and slapped it onto the table. The talisman's glow was dim, and the paper was dark yellow. It really did look like an unorthodox talisman. Junior brother Meng, the Black Sieve sect is gathering Rogue Foundation establishment cultivators to explore a pocket dimension. Sneak in, then throw the talisman I gave you into the pocket dimension. Liu sat down across from Meng Hao, his face cold and arrogant. He seemed to be waiting for Meng Hao's response. Secretly, he communicated with Meng Hao via voice transmission. I left a spell on the talisman to change your appearance. Since you're wanted, it'll make things much easier for you to learn. Oh, many thanks, Brother Li. Meng Hao nodded. Then, he put on a look of anger and helplessness. Without a word, he picked up the talisman from the table, covered his face, and hurried away. He seemed to have been bullied by Liu and had no choice but to give up his seat. The preparations are complete. Now it's time to screw people over. After ordering a table full of food and wine, Liu leisurely ate the food and wine. After paying the bill, he leisurely walked out of the restaurant. 3 days later, a piece of news shook the southern domain. Sword god Liu tests his sword against the world. 3 aristocratic families, 5 great sect. Don't you want to arrest me? I'm right here. Below Misty Mountain, by Crimson Moon Lake. All cultivators of the southern domain under the Jindan realm are welcome to battle. I am invincible among my peers. Do you dare to battle me? When the news spread, the world was in an uproar. Invincible among his peers? What arrogance! A rogue cultivator who came out of nowhere dares to be so arrogant and conceited? He really doesn't know the height of the heavens or the depth of the earth. He dares to proclaim himself sword god? Did he ask for permission from the solitary sword sect? Not only were the rogue cultivators of the southern domain unable to sit still, but even the foundation establishment cultivators of the aristocratic sect and aristocratic families couldn't sit still. And so, heroes from all over the world hurried to Misty Mountain. Guru Heavencloud was defeated by Li Yu. On the first day, Guru Heavencloud, a famous rogue cultivator of the late Foundation establishment stage, was defeated by Li Yu's sword in a duel on Crimson Moon Lake. True disciple of the solitary sword sect, unreturnable Sword Zhou Yun, was defeated by Li Yu. On the second day, a true disciple of one of the five great sects, the solitary sword sect, was also defeated. Are there no more powerful Foundation establishment cultivators in the southern domain? Unsheathing a sword and looking around, all heroes are helpless. Invincible is truly lonely. Li Yu's arrogant words spread throughout the southern domain. Preposterous. How can he be so arrogant? If we don't teach him a lesson, he'll become even more arrogant. The chosen of the aristocratic sect and aristocratic families, who had been disdainful of Li Yu, were now unable to restrain their anger. They rubbed their palms together, itching to teach Li Yu a good lesson. The aristocratic sect and aristocratic families also cared about face. Li Yu's open challenge indicated that he wanted to challenge the Jin Dan cultivators of the southern domain. Naturally, the aristocratic families couldn't send out Jin Dan cultivators. They could only send out the Dao children. With the Dao children of the aristocratic sects and aristocratic families mobilized, the battle at Crimson Moon Lake became even more explosive. The disciples of the various aristocratic sects and aristocratic families, as well as countless rogue cultivators, all gathered at Crimson Moon Lake. Some came to challenge, but even more to watch the excitement. Haha, so many people have come. Li Yu stood proudly at the edge of Crimson Moon Lake, hand on his longsword. His eyes flashed with a strange light. I hope the Black Civ sect won't be scared to death by sending so many people into the Black Civ pocket dimension. Chapter 12:21. Li Yu, I'll fight you. A young man in a golden robe leaped up and landed on the surface of the Crimson Moon Lake. A cold light shot out from his hand and turned into a frost spear, pointing at Li Yu. That's the Golden Frost sect's Taoist, Tan Yu. Is a Taoist finally making a move? This Li Yu does have some ability. However, he's too arrogant. Compared to a Taoist, he's still far behind. While everyone was discussing, Li Yu pulled out his long sword and stepped onto the surface of the Crimson Moon Lake. Finally, someone decent has come? Don't disappoint me. Raising the long sword in his hand, Li Yu nodded indifferently. Please, as a rogue cultivator, you're indeed extraordinary. However, my sect's aristocratic family is not something you can humiliate. Take this. A cold light flashed, and the spear shot out like a dragon. Cold air swept out, forming a layer of ice on the surface of the lake. Ice Dragon Dancing Spear. The spear shot out, turning into an ice dragon that was 100 feet long. It whistled and circled, sweeping towards Li Yu. Although I'm not a sword cultivator, I even cultivated a Shushan swordsman. The long sword trembled, and sword light filled the sky. The sword light intertwined, and a green lotus sword formation appeared. Lu Ziqing, I'm sure you won't mind if I use your move. This move was the world that swallowed the stars. It was the famous move of the Shushan swordsman, Lu Ziqing, the green lotus sword formation. One sword formation? No wonder he dares to call himself the sword god. This sword technique is indeed extraordinary. Seeing Li Yu's sword, the spectators all secretly praised him in their hearts. Especially the solitary sword sect, a sword cultivator sect. The disciples of the solitary sword sect were even more amazed by Li Yu's sword. Clang, clang, clang. The whistling ice dragon and the green lotus collided, creating a clear sound of metal clashing. The sword light collapsed, and the ice dragon disintegrated. In this exchange, the two of them were evenly matched. Good swordsmanship. Looks like I have to show my true abilities. Tan Yu's frost spear trembled, and an icy light burst out from his body. The spear in his hand danced in the air, creating a series of spear images. Xianming descends, chilling the heavens. The cold light that filled the sky exploded, and a mysterious dark ice sea appeared within the spear shadows. The vast and mighty cold air was like a raging tide that swept out. Profound underworld ice chi? Then, let's see how I'll break you. Raising his sword high, Li Yu's expression turned solemn. A vast, vigorous, and impassioned aura suddenly surged out. Righteous chi exists in heaven and earth, and the chaos gives rise to manifold. Below are rivers and mountains, and above are the sun and stars. The sword pierced through the air like a scorching sun. It was brilliant and illuminated the world. The blazing sun, the fiery radiance, it was as if a blazing sun had risen from the scarlet moon lake. Melt, evaporation, disintegrate. The frozen lake was frozen. The ice that filled the sky dissipated. All that was left was the warm sunlight shining in the sky. I've lost. Tan Yu, the golden frost sect Tao child, looked at the dazzling sword light in Li Yu's hand, which was like a scorching sun. He hung his head bitterly. Tan Yu lost? The golden frost sect Tao child lost? Li Yu actually has the power to defeat a great sect Tao child? He deserves to be called the sword god. His sword technique has already reached the level of a god. The solitary sword sect cultivators who felt it the most couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Such a vast and upright sword intent. Such impassioned sword intent. How could such a person be a treacherous villain? How could he be a treacherous villain? Could it be that the 3 clans and 5 sects have made a mistake? Sword intent was the will of the heart. This was something that could not be faked. When they saw Li Yu's sword, everyone present began to wonder if there had been a mistake. He, in the blood immortal legacy zone, the chosen Tao child who had bought the blood divinity from Li Yu began to waver. Could it be that the blood divinity he sold to us really wasn't a fake? But the matter of swindling the Violet Fate sect elders and swindling the Western Desert cultivators wasn't his doing? That's right. Li Yu had been with that cultivator Meng Hao all along. Meng Hao was definitely the one who had done all these evil deeds. Li Yu had simply been implicated. If Meng Hao knew what these people were thinking, he would definitely cough up a mouthful of blood. His face filled with grievance. He would roar. I'm not taking the blame for this. Li Yu was not a sword cultivator. He was using the will of a sovereign to control the sword intent. Naturally, if he wanted it to be vast and upright, then it would be vast and upright. I'll fight you. The duel continued. After the Golden Frost sect Tao child, Wang clan Tao, child Wang Lihai, Li clan Tao, child Li Daoi, Song clan Tao, child Song Jia, as well as the Tao children of the Violet Fate sect, Solitary Sword sect, and Blood Demon sect. Defeated. All defeated. The Tao children of the 3 clans and 5 sects were all defeated by Li Yu. Could it be that he really is invincible within the same stage? No wonder he's called the sword god. That vast and upright sword, the mountains and rivers, the sun and the moon, the stars, it's all contained within that one sword strike. Vast and upright, indomitable spirit. The battle lasted for 7 days. During that time, one Tao child after another from the sect and aristocratic clans were defeated by Li Yu. Li Yu's made-up title of Sword God suddenly became famous. Isn't there still the Black Civ sect? We're the Black Civ sect Tao children. After Li Yu defeated the Taoists, he looked at the crowd and asked, That's right. Where are the people from the Black Civ sect? Why haven't any of them shown up? It's not just the Black Civ sect that hasn't shown up. Even the subordinate cultivator clans and rogue cultivators haven't shown up. What's going on? When they heard Li Yu's words, the crowd suddenly realized that no one from the Black Civ sect had come to fight. Just what was going on? Heh. Li Yu laughed coldly in his heart. Black Civ sect, you're definitely going to be the scapegoat. He flicked his finger and then, rumble. A shocking boom filled the air, and the area 50 kilometers around Crimson Moon Lake suddenly exploded with a brilliant light. An enormous spell formation had been activated. What's going on? The sudden, unforeseen event caused the tens of thousands of people on the shores of Crimson Moon Lake to be enveloped within the spell formation. Rumble. Another shocking boom filled the air as the spell formation rotated and tore through the air. An enormous power swept up everyone present and sucked them headlong into the void. Heaven and earth spun. In the blink of an eye, everything changed. But where is this place? What's going on? When the light from the spell formation faded away, everyone found themselves in a completely unfamiliar place. Li Yu, is this your doing? The Battle of Crimson Moon Lake had been instigated by Li Yu. Now that something like this had happened, it was only natural that many people would point their fingers at Li Yu. Everyone, do you really think that I could set up a spell formation that covered 50 kilometers? A spell formation capable of teleportation? Li Yu walked forward with a magnanimous look on his face. I'm only at the early foundation establishment stage. In terms of cultivation level, I'm inferior to many of you. Do you really think that a foundation establishment cultivator could set up a spell formation like that? Indeed, when they heard Li Yu's words, everyone nodded inwardly. Even nascent soul cultivator wouldn't be able to set up a teleportation spell formation that covered 50 kilometers. It really couldn't have been done by Li Yu. If it wasn't Li Yu, then who could it be? Black Civ sect, you're actually so despicable. You called us here to investigate the Black Civ pocket territory, but it turns out you wanted to steal our foundation establishment Tao pillars. As members of the righteous sect, how could you be so vicious? The 100 Spirits Tower was actually made from our foundation establishment Tao pillars. You'll all die a horrible death. Just then, a mournful roar of rage rang out from afar. Everyone present saw with their own eyes a group of Black Civ sect cultivators besieging a group of miserably fleeing rogue cultivators. The Black Civ sect? It's them? No wonder they didn't participate in the Battle of Crimson Moon Lake. So, it was all part of the Black Civ sect scheme. And so, Li Yu pinned the blame on the Black Civ sect. Chapter 1222. Rumble. An intense rumbling sound filled the air. Off in the distance, a tall platform slowly rose into the air. Boundless spiritual light shone from it. Surrounding the platform were thousands of Black Civ sect disciples, seated cross-legged in a circle. The Black Civ sect disciples were chanting a strange scripture. Along with the sound of this strange scripture, there was another violent roar on the high platform. The rumbling sound seemed to cause a strange resonance, affecting the Tao pillars of the foundation establishment cultivators. It seemed as if the Tao pillars were about to fly out of their seas of qi and leave their bodies. Damn it! What's going on? The faces of the tens of thousands of foundation establishment cultivators, Li Yu, were pale. They hastily sat down cross-legged, calming their minds and suppressing their pulsing Tao pillars. Bang! 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 However, as the sound of the scripture continued to ring out, intense vibrations began to assail the cultivators. Some of the rogue foundation establishment cultivators with insufficient foundations suddenly exploded. Blood and gore splattered out in all directions as their Tao pillars flew up into the air toward the distant platform. The enormous platform emitted a humming sound as the Tao pillars of the foundation establishment cultivators flew in from all directions and landed on top of it. Spiritual light swirled, and the Tao pillars seemed to transform into blocks of stone, which began to pile up. Suddenly, the illusory image of a pagoda appeared on top of the platform. One by one, the Tao pillars of the foundation establishment cultivators were forcibly sucked into the pagoda. Slowly, the first level of the pagoda began to form. The first level of the pagoda was complete, and the suction force dissipated. It seemed to be stabilizing itself, waiting for the next opportunity to plunder the Tao pillars to form the second level. This is the so-called 100 Spirits Tower? The Black Civ sect is plundering the Tao pillars of the foundation establishment cultivators to create a treasure? Damn it. I can't believe the Black Civ sect is so vicious. Just now, among the tens of thousands of cultivators who had been teleported into the Black Sieve Pocket Dimension, dozens of them had already exploded, their Tao pillars flying out. This shocking scene caused everyone present to be shocked and furious to the extreme. We were teleported into the Black Sieve Pocket Dimension by the Black Sieve sect. I can't believe the Black Sieve sect is plotting against all the sects of the Southern Domain. The Tao children and Foundation establishment disciples of the various clans and sects of the Southern Domain, as well as tens of thousands of rogue Foundation establishment cultivators, were all captured in one fell swoop. What exactly was the Black Sieve sect planning? Everyone, the Black Sieve sect definitely won't let us off the hook. We have to find a way to escape. Liu stood up with a righteous look on his face. This matter started because of my challenge. I am duty-bound. I'm willing to take the lead and fight our way out of this hopeless situation with everyone. This was the Black Sieve sect's evil scheme. You can't be blamed. Most of the people agreed with Liu's self-blame attitude. Only a few of the more scheming ones were left wondering whether or not Liu was in cahoots with the Black Sieve sect. The Black Sieve sect is one of the 5 great sects of the Southern Domain. There are many experts in the sect. With our strength, we won't be able to force our way out. Wang Clan Dao, Child Wang Lihai stepped forward and turned to look at the other Dao children. You should all have life-saving trump cards, right? At a time like this, we can't hide anything. Otherwise, we'll all die. With that, he produced a blood-colored jade pendant and spat out a mouthful of blood. This is my life-saving treasure. It contains a spirit-severing attack from the Wang clan patriarch. That's the only way. The other Taoists also took out their life-saving items one after another. This jade pendant contains the power of the patriarch's attack. I presume you all have the same thing. Wang Lihai pointed at the 100 Spirits Tower. The 100 Spirits Tower is stealing our Tao pillars. We won't be able to suppress it for long. Right now, the only thing we can do is use our life-saving treasures and borrow the power of the patriarch's attack to fight our way out. Let's destroy the 100 Spirits Tower first. Otherwise, when it opens again, everyone will only be able to suppress their Tao pillars. They won't have the strength to fight. Liu unsheathed his long sword, an impassioned expression on his face. All of this happened because of me. I'm willing to charge into the 100 Spirits Tower alone and buy time for all of you fellow Taoists to escape. Brother Li, there's no need for that. Song Jia shook her head. I'm guessing that the exit to the pocket dimension is near the 100 Spirits Tower. Let's fight our way through. The Black Sieve sect had to guard the exit to the pocket dimension and prevent the cultivators from escaping. The 100 Spirits Tower was perfect for blocking the exit. Heh, of course I know the exit is at the 100 Spirits Tower. Otherwise, do you really think I'd sacrifice myself to buy time for all of you? Liu laughed inwardly, but his face was one of admiration as he clasped his hands towards Song Jia. Miss Song's words are reasonable. The exit must be at the 100 Spirits Tower. Let's go. Let's fight our way out. Liu and the other Tao children led tens of thousands of rogue Foundation establishment cultivators as they charged toward the 100 Spirits Tower, seething with killing intent. Oh, what's going on? Why are there so many people? Where did all these people come from? Around the 100 Spirits Tower, the nascent Soul and Jin Dan cultivators of the Black Sieve sect who were in charge of the opening of the pocket dimension looked on in astonishment. Black Sieve sect, you've plundered the Tao pillars of other cultivators. Your actions are vicious and unforgivable. Liu lifted his long sword high into the air. His show of strength was the first thing Liu had done to the Black Sieve sect. Then an awe-inspiring sword aura shot up into the sky. It was as bright as the blazing sun. It slashed viciously toward the 100 Spirits Tower. Let's fight first and talk later. We can't let them have a chance to talk. We can't let the Black Sieve sect have a chance to explain that they didn't do anything. People from the 3 great clans and the other sect are all here? And so many rogue cultivators? Don't tell me. The fact that we've opened the Black Sieve pocket dimension has been exposed? Do these other sects want a piece of the pie too? That can't be right. If that's the case, why do they only send Foundation establishment cultivators? What's going on? The Black Civ sect cultivators couldn't make heads or tails of what was going on. However, the current situation didn't allow them to think about it. Patriarch, please take action and destroy this evil creature, roared Wang Lihai. He waved his hand and smashed the blood-colored jade pendant toward the 100 Spirits Tower. Boom! The blood-colored jade pendant exploded, and a cold, deathly light shot up into the sky. Finger of Nirvana. The cold, deathly light condensed into the shape of an enormous finger. It was like a heavenly pillar that stretched from the heavens to the earth. The enormous finger smashed viciously toward the 100 Spirits Tower. The Wang clan's finger of Nirvana. Damn it, it's the power of spirit severing. Quick, call the Patriarch. Block it. Everyone, pour power into the 100 Spirits Tower. Block it. The enormous finger pressed down, causing the Black Civ sect cultivators in the vicinity of the 100 Spirits Tower to flee in panic. What gall! A furious roar erupted from the back of the 100 Spirits Tower. A purplish-black fog surged up and transformed into a huge purplish-black fist. It smashed down heavily on the finger that was like a giant pillar that supported the heavens. Boom! A shocking boom filled the air, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to shake. A violent wind swept up, and the 100 Spirits Tower exploded. The thousands of chanting Black Civ sect disciples collapsed to the ground, blood spraying from their mouths. Heh, excellent. Now I have no choice but to fight. Seeing this, Liu laughed strangely in his heart. You dare to list me as a wanted criminal? Prepare to be toyed with to death. Chapter 12:23. Damn it! The 100 Spirits Tower had been destroyed, and thousands of disciples had been seriously injured. All of their years of planning had been for naught. The Black Civ sect cultivators were stamping with rage. Slaughter them! Slaughter them! The sect leader of the Black Civ sect, the violet-robed Patriarch, was fuming with rage. Without the 100 Spirits Tower, without thousands of chanting disciples, there was no way to summon the ultimate loathsome meat jelly. Without the ultimate loathsome meat jelly, there would be no way to borrow its boundless life force and undying power to complete the second severing. This was the same as cutting off the violet-robed Patriarch's future path of cultivation. Obstructing someone from achieving the Tao was like killing their parents. How could they possibly endure such a great enmity? Dying! A violet-black mist shot up into the sky, transforming into an enormous hand that slammed down viciously toward the Rogue Foundation establishment cultivators. Join forces, otherwise we're all going to die, roared Liu. He lifted his long sword, which exploded with the radiance of the sun. Without hesitation, he charged toward the enormous hand. Attack together. Li Clan Dao Children Li Daoi, Song Clan Dao Child Song Jia, Blood Demon Sect Dao Child Li Shichi, and Golden Frost Sect Dao Child Tin Yu all released their life-saving treasures. A golden fire dragon, a towering tree, a blood-red figure, and a golden ice crystal axe all rushed towards the purple-robed ancestor at the same time. 4 life-saving treasures were activated, and 4 spirit-severing attacks were unleashed. It was the same as 4 spirit-severing experts joining forces to unleash a combined attack. Even though the violet-robed Patriarch was a spirit-severing expert, he was now in mortal danger. However, the attack wasn't over. The Solitary Sword Sect and Violet Fate Sect Dao Children also released their life-saving treasures. However, they didn't attack the violet-robed Patriarch. Instead, they charged toward the remaining Nascent Soul and Jin Dan cultivators. One sword props up the heavens. A sword pellet shot out, and boundless sword light enveloped the Nascent Soul and Jin Dan cultivators of the Black Civ sect. Perfection! A pill cauldron soared into the sky. Endless green flames covered the sky and the earth as they swept out. Kill! 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 Now that the Taoists had made their move, the other tens of thousands of Foundation establishment cultivators did not hesitate to attack as well. Flying swords and magic treasures that blotted out the sky and covered the earth as well as divine abilities and magic spells that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, smashing down on the 100 Spirits Tower like a torrential downpour. Boom! The first to suffer were the thousands of cultivators chanting scriptures in the Black Civ sect. He had been struck by Wang Lihai's life-saving treasure in the first place, but now that he had been struck by the old ancestors' attack, he spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. At this moment, he was being beaten down by several tens of thousands of Foundation establishment cultivators. Countless divine abilities and magical techniques, as well as countless flying swords and magical items, rained down like a torrential downpour. The thousands of Black Civ sect disciples were completely wiped out. Another series of shrill screams rang out. The Solitary Sword sect, Dao Children, and the Violet Fate sect, Dao Children, joined forces to attack. Both of them used life-saving treasures, which were stored within the life-saving treasures of their sect, and sect elders' spirit-severing attacks. No cultivator under the spirit-severing stage would be able to defend against an attack of the spirit-severing stage. Furthermore, the two of them had joined forces, which was equivalent to two spirit-severing experts unleashing an attack at the same time. How could the few nascent soul and Jin Dan cultivators of the Black Civ sect possibly defend against such divine might? Instantly, they were reduced to nothing but ash. Preposterous. Preposterous. The Black Civ sect's violet-robed patriarch was so angry that his lungs felt like they might explode. As far as he was concerned, this was clearly a plan that the other great sect clans had been plotting for a long time. Using a few Foundation establishment cultivators as cannon fodder, they would unleash a spirit-severing attack to inflict serious damage on the Black Civ sect. Even if they failed, they would only lose a few Foundation establishment cultivators. Even if they lost Dao Children, if they could kill nascent soul and Jin Dan cultivators, or even spirit-severing cultivators, then they would have profited greatly. Damn it, I'll go all out against you. His subordinates and disciples were all dead. The violet-robed patriarch's eyes burned with rage as he waved his hand to produce a strange magical item. It was a rib, the purple-robed ancestor's own rib. This is my rib. This is my spirit-severing first severing blade. From now on, I am a man without a rib. This saber slashed at my ribs. This rib bone is now my spirit-severing treasure. Detonate. The violet-robed patriarch roared in rage as he faced the spirit-severing attacks. He waved his hand and sent the rib flying. Boom! A shocking explosion filled the air, and a wild wind shook the land. Swept away by this gust of wind, the group of Foundation establishment itinerant cultivators were shaken to the core and sent flying far away. Were it not for the fact that most of the power of the blast had been neutralized by the fourth severing attack, the shockwaves would have shattered their bodies and shattered their bones. The wind died down, and the violet-robed patriarch once again appeared in front of them. By relying on the power of the detonation of his spirit-severing treasure, the violet-robed patriarch had managed to defend himself against four spirit-severing attacks. Splurt. The detonation of his spirit-severing treasure was enough to defend against four spirit-severing attacks. However, the violet-robed patriarch was still seriously injured, and blood sprayed out of his mouth. All of you will die. He roared madly. Power surged within him like a volcano on the verge of erupting. He actually blocked it. The power of a spirit-severing expert isn't something we can block with spirit-severing attacks. We're finished. We're dead for sure. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Even a seriously injured spirit-severing cultivator was not someone these Foundation establishment cultivators could stand up to. A spirit-severing expert would only need to casually wave his hand to turn a Foundation establishment cultivator into ash. Everyone, I'll block him, he cried. Get out of here. At this moment, Liu, the righteous, stepped forward bravely. He lifted his long sword high into the air, causing it to explode with dazzling, scorching sword light. He resolutely charged toward the violet-robed patriarch. "All of you, get out of here!" he cried. "Don't let my sacrifice be in vain." Liu roared at the top of his lungs. A boundless, unyielding, and righteous sword will shot up into the sky. Brother Li, when they saw this, the Foundation establishment cultivators felt their hearts tremble, and a feeling of gratitude welled up in their hearts. What is righteousness and righteousness? What is righteousness and righteousness? What is righteousness and selflessness? What is bravery and fearlessness? This was Liu. This was Sword God Liu, a peerless sword cultivator who was invincible among his peers, a righteous, selfless, and righteous hero of the age. Blacksmith sect, you'll all die a horrible death. Brother Li, we swear that we'll destroy the Blacksmith sect and avenge you. Let's go. We can't let Brother Li's sacrifice be in vain. Let's go. Their faces filled with tears as they roared and charged toward the exit of the arcane pocket dimension behind the 100 Spirits Tower. Fine. They'd been sold off, but they'd helped count the money and were endlessly grateful. This was the highest level of conning people, right? Boom. Boundless sword light exploded out like a blazing sun. Dazzling light filled the air, illuminating the entire green Civ arcane pocket dimension. It was like the final brilliance of a shooting star. Brother Li, the last few Foundation establishment cultivators to step out of the arcane pocket dimension, looked back, and hot tears rolled down their cheeks. Blacksmith sect, I won't rest until you're dead. The group of cultivators gnashed their teeth. They hated the Black Civ sect to the bone and felt boundless admiration for Liu. Chapter 1224. It seems I'll have to change my disguise in the future. After the dazzling light faded away, Liu floated down. As for the spirit-severing patriarch, he was gone. Liu admitted that he had cheated. After recultivating, Liu was only at the early Foundation establishment stage. Considering the level of Liu's cultivation base, there was no way he could have killed a spirit-severing expert. But the life of a cheat couldn't be explained. He undid the seal on the profound yellow sword. The profound yellow sword, forged from the essence of matter, could annihilate all living things. With one sword strike, no matter how awesome the purple-robed patriarch was, he could only turn to dust. What happened? Brother Li, you came too? After Liu finished his business, Meng Hao popped out from some corner, accompanied by Su Qing. Well, since he was with Su Qing, it was normal that Meng Hao didn't know where he was hiding. When old friends meet again, I'm overjoyed. Liu smiled and clasped hands in salute to Su Qing. Then he winked at Meng Hao, a mischievous expression on his face. Ha. Meng Hao laughed dryly. After playing with Liu for so long, Meng Hao had long since learned how to maintain his composure. Or perhaps his skin was thicker than a city wall? Su Qing's face reddened, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. Brother Li, just now, what happened? Meng Hao knew that Liu was the cause of all of this. When Meng Hao had asked him to bring the talismans in, he knew that something bad had happened. Nothing, said Meng Hao. I just screwed with the Blacksmith sect and the other 3 clans and 5 sects. Who told them to put us on the wanted list? Liu laughed and waved his hand. Since they put us on the wanted list, of course we had to show them what we're made of. That's not right. That's immoral. That's too evil. Scoundrel. I'm going to convert you. I'm going to make you realize your mistakes and turn over a new leaf. Suddenly, a translucent meat jelly popped out of Meng Hao's collar and began to lecture Liu in an incomprehensible manner. Liu looked at the meat jelly and shook his head with a smile. You got this thing? Extreme, loathsome meat jelly. Hee, this is a chatterbox. You'll have a good time in the future. What do you mean by a chatterbox? I'm just talkative. Where was I just now? Oh, that's right, immoral. Yes, immoral character. Before the talkative meat jelly could finish speaking, Meng Hao grabbed it awkwardly. This thing is something I found when I was exploring a secret area with a female cultivator from the Black Civ sect, Hanbei. We found it. Oh, I see. Liu nodded. He naturally knew what was going on. The ultimate loathsome meat jelly and the multicolored parrot in Meng Hao's copper mirror were mortal enemies. The extreme loathsome meat jelly's goal was to purify the multicolored parrot's evil essence. Naturally, it would follow him. Where is Hanbei? Has he already left? Liu looked around, but didn't see anyone else nearby. He guessed that Hanbei must have already left the Black Sieve pocket dimension. She has her own teleportation technique, explained Meng Hao. I was just about to use the good luck charm I got from Patriarch Reliance to teleport out of the pocket dimension. Who would have thought that after meeting up with elder sister Sue, I'd see what you did? He looked up at Liu. Brotherly, are you done with your business? Let's go out together. What about elder sister Su Qing? You don't plan to go back to the Black Sieve sect? Liu turned his head to look at Su Qing. Originally, Su Qing's life in the Black Sieve sect had been miserable, and she had almost been possessed. Now that she had left the Black Sieve sect, she would be in a much better position. At the very least, she wouldn't hover between life and death, then die and come back to life, then die and come back to life again. She had gone back and forth a few times. Yeah, I don't plan to go back to the Black Sieve sect. Su Qing turned her head to look at Meng Hao, her eyes filled with tenderness. That's good. Let's go. Liu smiled and waved his hand. A beam of light flashed, and the three of them disappeared without a trace. In the southern domain, on a cliff 500 kilometers away from Crimson Moon Lake, Liu, Meng Hao, and Su Qing appeared. Our identities are a bit tricky, said Meng Hao. Let's use our transformation techniques to change our appearances. Then we'll figure out what to do next. Liu waved his hand, and a beam of light appeared in front of Meng Hao and Su Qing. It was a handsome, young swordsman. I'm still a young scholar. Meng Hao used his transformation technique to transform himself into a young scholar in his teens. As long as the people from the Black Sieve sect don't recognize me, said Meng Hao. Su Qing also used her transformation technique to transform herself into a young woman about the same age as the young scholar. No wonder you don't want to go back to the Black Sieve sect, said Meng Hao. So Meng Hao taught you his transformation technique. You've been planning to elope for a long time, haven't you? When Liu saw this, he laughed strangely. What do you mean by eloping? This is called falling in love with each other, okay? Meng Hao put his arm around Su Qing's shoulders and looked at Liu in a threatening manner. You're awesome. Liu had no choice but to retreat. Watching other people show off their love was like 10,000 hits to a single dog. At this moment, Big Boss Lee had forgotten that he had a harem. Although that harem was no different from a single dog. After leaving the mountain range, the three of them arrived at a nearby cultivator city. Big news! Big news! 3 aristocratic families and 4 great sects joined forces to attack the Black Sieve sect. After a great battle, the Black Sieve sect's main gate was destroyed. Sword God Liu has perished. Dao children from all the aristocratic families and sect, as well as tens of thousands of Foundation establishment cultivators from the southern domain, all went to Crimson Moon Lake to pay their respects. Tens of thousands of people cried bitterly. Apparently, this has something to do with the 3 aristocratic families and 4 great sects attacking the Black Sieve sect. The 3 aristocratic families and 4 great sects have revoked the arrest warrant for Sword God Liu. They publicly admitted their wrongs and claimed that they had misunderstood Sword God Liu's character. They are filled with remorse. The Dao children of the 3 aristocratic families and 4 great sects, as well as tens of thousands of Foundation establishment cultivators from the southern domain, all declared, Sword God Liu is awe-inspiring, righteous, selfless, and righteous. Anyone who dares to slander Sword God Liu will become an enemy of all of them. As soon as they entered the city, Liu and the others heard countless people discussing this big news. Sword God Liu, righteous, selfless, and righteous. Meng Hao looked at Liu with a strange expression. He blinked and didn't come to his senses for a long time. So Junior Brotherly has made such a big name. Not bad, not bad. But why do they say you perished? Su Qing didn't know Liu's character. She really did believe that Liu was righteous, selfless, and righteous. Ahem, ahem. Liu coughed dryly, and an expression of infinite admiration appeared on his face. Sword God Liu is righteous, selfless, and righteous. Truly a role model for all of us. Aya, my ears. Meng Hao let out a strange cry. Where's the water? I want to wash my ears. I want to wash my ears. Junior brother Meng, that's not right. We should follow the example of such a great hero. We should follow the example of our predecessors. Liu said with a straight face. You're absolutely right, elder brother. Meng Hao's mouth twitched, and he glared at Liu with disdain. In his heart, he thought, next time should I do the same thing as brother Li? Conning people until they shed tears of gratitude. That's a role model for all of us. Chapter 1225. Liu is a liar. Liu is a liar. What righteousness? What righteousness? It's all fake. Ha ha. It's all fake. Just as Liu was feeling complacent, he suddenly heard a loud roar in front of him. Who is so wise? He actually saw through my disguise? Liu's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly raised his eyes to look over, only to see a madman in ragged clothes curled up in a corner in front of him. Liu is a liar. My precious treasure. My supreme treasure of good fortune. Broken. Broken. Dead. All dead. Ha 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 ha. The madman, who was covered in filth, slapped the ground madly and wailed. How dare you slander the sword god? Beat him to death. This madman's wailing made some of the admirers of the sword god very angry. They rushed forward and punched and kicked him. How dare you slander the sword god? If you weren't a madman, you would be dead. If we hear you slander the sword god again, we won't show any mercy. The group of fans spat, flicked their sleeves, and turned to leave. The sword god Liu is famous all over the world. Meng Hao looked at Liu with a strange expression. This, cough cough. Seeing this scene, Liu felt a little embarrassed even though his skin was as thick as a city wall. More importantly, Liu remembered the identity of the madman. That person, wasn't he the big brother, who was miserably tricked by Liu with his supreme treasure of good fortune? Junior brother Meng, senior sister Sue, let's find a place to settle down and discuss the next arrangements. Liu quickly changed the topic, found a random restaurant, and walked in. Junior brother Chun, don't be too sad. Sword god Liu, we greatly admire him and deeply regret his fall. But if you don't eat or drink like this, it won't be good for your cultivation. Upon entering the restaurant, Liu saw two cultivators from the solitary sword sect sitting inside. The junior brother Chun, who had lost all appetite for food and drink, was none other than Chun Fan from the Reliance sect. Sigh. Chun Fan heaved a sigh and said sadly, you don't know. Sword god Liu was my junior brother back in the Reliance sect of the state of Zhao. Chun Fan gulped down a mouthful of wine as tears welled up in his eyes. Junior martial brother Li is a genius, upright, plain-spoken, upright, and selfless. It had only been a few years, but the sword god's name had already spread throughout the entire southern region. Wouldn't it be heart-wrenching for such a hero to die at such an early age? It's indeed a pity. The solitary sword sect disciple let out a long sigh. Junior brother Chun, I'm going to arrange a place for our fellow disciples to stay at the Song clan's son-in-law selection ceremony. You should rest for a while. I'll come find you later. Many thanks for your concern, senior brother. Please go ahead. Chun Fan clasped his hands in salute and escorted the solitary sword sect disciple out of the restaurant. Then he sat back down at the table and began to drink alone. Elder brother Chun. When he entered the restaurant and saw Chun Fan in such a state, he felt very sad. I faked my death to escape, but it caused elder brother Chun such grief. I'm ashamed. Liu smiled bitterly and shook his head. This was karma, the karma that came with re-entering the world. What was karma? Living in the world, it was inevitable that you would affect the world. Friends, enemies, happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy. All of these entanglements were like invisible threads that formed a net. This net was karma. Waiter, bring out the food and drink. They found a place to sit down in the restaurant, and ordered a table of food and drink. You guys eat first. I'll go see that person. Liu nodded to Meng Hao and Su Qing, then got up and walked toward Chun Fan, who was drinking alone. Fellow Taoist, sorry to disturb you. Liu walked up to Chun Fan and clasped his hands in salute. I'm Bai Zhe, known as the Glacier Swordsman. I heard that sword god Liu was once your junior brother. I admire the sword god greatly, so I came to pay my respects. So it's fellow Taoist Bai. Chun Fan hurriedly got up and returned the greeting. I'm Chun Fan of the Solitary Sword Sect. Greetings, fellow Taoist Bai. Fellow Taoist Bai, please sit. Many thanks. Liu sat down across from Chun Fan and sent him a message. Elder brother Chun, I'm Liu. I'm not dead. For some reason, I had to fake my death to escape. I'm sorry for making you worry. You? Chun Fan was so shocked that he almost cried out. Elder brother Chun, that's Meng Hao and elder sister Su Qing. It's inconvenient for us to reveal our identities, so we can only meet you like this. Please forgive us. Liu took a sip of his wine, then gestured toward Meng Hao. Junior brother Meng and junior sister Su? Chun Fan turned to look at the two at the other table. He couldn't contain his joy. You're all here? This is great. Wonderful. Seeing Liu alive and well in front of him, as well as Meng Hao and Su Qing, Chun Fan's heart was no longer filled with grief, only joy. But what kind of trouble did you get into? How did you all end up like this? After his joy passed, Chun Fan began to worry about Liu and the other two. Junior brother Meng obtained the legacy of the Blood Immortal and was coveted by the various sects of the Southern Domain. He had no choice but to conceal his identity. Senior sister Su fled the Black Civ sect, so she couldn't reveal her true identity. As for me, Liu smiled as he pulled out an ancient jade slip and handed it to Chun Fan. Senior brother, this is a sword art inheritance that I obtained by chance. It's called the Sword of Righteousness. This is why I have no choice but to conceal my identity. So that's how it is. Chun Fan was not a fool. He quickly figured out that Liu's title of Sword God must have something to do with this Howren sword. Meng Hao's legacy of the Blood Immortal was coveted, and Liu's noble sword was also coveted. Liu and Meng Hao were both rogue cultivators. Without the protection of a sect, they had no choice but to conceal their identities. Senior brother Chun, this noble sword is very suitable for upright and selfless people like us. Well, Liu didn't hesitate to include himself in the upright and selfless category. Seeing that Chun Fan was about to decline, Liu hurriedly added, Senior brother, one day in the future, we will definitely revive the Reliance sect. Senior brother, you must cultivate this sword technique seriously. Revive the Reliance sect? Yes, revive the Reliance sect. Chun Fan clutched the jade slip and nodded solemnly. Junior brother, don't worry. Reviving the Reliance sect is my responsibility. Back in the Reliance sect, Chun Fan had gifted Liu an Immortal's Cave. Liu had been looking for an opportunity to return the favor. This time, in the name of reviving the Reliance sect, he had given away the noble sword, which suited Chun Fan's upright character. Junior brother, you are now wandering the Jianghu without anyone to rely on. Your future path of cultivation will be very difficult. Now is the perfect opportunity. Chun Fan suddenly laughed. The Song clan of the Southern Domain is looking for a son-in-law. Junior brother, you are a man of striking appearance. You are the perfect son-in-law for the Song clan. The Song clan is blessed to have a son-in-law like you. Liu's jaw dropped. Damn, you're actually blaming me for this? Originally, you were the one who lost to Meng Hao. You've cheated too many people, so retribution is inevitable. You've been cheated by someone with good intentions. Chapter 1226. The Song clan of the Southern Domain. A strange smile appeared on Liu's face. My Emperor Yubel is still in eccentric Song's hands. I'm sure it's filled with treasures. Of course, Liu wouldn't become the son-in-law of the Song clan. However, this was a perfect place to trick people. And so, Liu, Meng Hao, and Su Qing, pretending to be friends, snuck into the Solitary Sword sect party. A few days later, They arrived at the territory of the Song clan of the Southern Domain. The Song clan was one of the three great clans of the Southern Domain. They had a legacy of 10,000 years and occupied a vast expanse of land. It was a vast and boundless plain. The land stretched as far as the eye could see and was completely flat. However, in the southeast, there was a huge mountain range that stretched across the land. This mountain range was called the Heavenly Necropolis. It was as if a huge mountain range had suddenly appeared out of nowhere on the plains. The Song clan of the Southern Domain was located on top of this mountain range. Countless towering buildings could be seen on top of the mountain range. The main city of the Song clan was like an enormous beast crouching at the top of the mountain. It emanated an indescribably ferocious, fiendish aura that caused people's hearts to palpitate. What was even more surprising was that there was a scorching sun and a bright moon hanging high above this enormous mountain range. The sun and moon reflected each other's radiance. Brilliant light enveloped the entire mountain range, separating the Song clan's headquarters from the outside world. This strange sun and moon were the most precious treasures of the Song clan. Honored guests of the Solitary Sword sect, your presence brings light to my humble dwelling. Please come in. Please come in. As soon as the group arrived at the main gate of the Song clan, a familiar figure approached, laughing heartily as he led the Solitary Sword sect group into the Song clan headquarters. Eccentric Song? Judging by your high-spirited appearance, you've been doing well recently. Liu raised his eyes to look at Eccentric Song, who was leading the way. He glanced at the purple gold bell hanging from his waist with a smile on his face. Years ago, he had sold two precious treasures. The tricolored spear had gone to Wu Dingxiu of the Violet Fate sect, and the violet gold bell had gone to Eccentric Song. Now, the tricolored spear was Wu Dingxiu's greatest shame. However, Eccentric Song's purple golden bell was extremely powerful and mysterious. This made Eccentric Song extremely proud. He had mocked Wu Dingxiu countless times, both openly and secretly. Wu Dingxiu's humiliation probably came more from Eccentric Song's mockery. So, you won't be able to be proud for much longer. Liu laughed in his heart. Wu Dingxiu has the shame of his life. How can you, Eccentric Song, escape this calamity? Boom! Rumble! At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out from the horizon. The two giant boats broke through the air almost at the same time and landed outside the mountain gate of the Song family. On a flying boat, a blood-red flag with the word King was fluttering high. Under the banner, Wang Tengfei, who was wearing a golden crown and a brocade robe, stood proudly. On the other airship, a large violet banner fluttered in the wind. The Violet Fate sect had arrived. The one leading the team was the shame of my life, Wu Dingxiu. Wang Tengfei? What was he doing here? Meng Hao's attention was focused on Wang Tengfei. Meng Hao didn't pay much attention to Wang Tengfei, whom he had defeated years ago. However, because of Chu Yuyan, Meng Hao had no choice but to pay attention to Wang Tengfei. Chu Yuyan and Wang Tengfei were engaged. However, after the incident with Liu, the relationship between Meng Hao and Chu Yuyan had become somewhat complicated. Honored guests, please come in. Under the guidance of the Song family disciples, Liu and the others followed the Solitary Sword sect disciples to a huge square. Ladies and gentlemen, this matter is absolutely true. I, Jodiah, saw with my own eyes. On that day, Chu Yuyan's clothes were disheveled, and she wore men's clothing. She was extremely intimate with a male cultivator. What? You don't believe me? I, Jodiah, swear that if I speak a single false word, you will gouge my eyes out. They had just reached the edge of the square when they saw a skinny cultivator with a wretched face, spittle flying everywhere as he spoke about the news. Heh, my martial nephew Zhou may be a bit wretched, but he's always been honest. A fat cultivator wearing a golden robe, his entire body glittering with the light of treasures. He had the air of a nouveau riche. He put down the flying sword he used to pick his teeth with and slapped his chest. This matter is absolutely true. Furthermore, we've already investigated the identity of that male cultivator. It's none other than Meng Hao. The relationship between Chu Yuyin and Meng Hao is unclear. There's no doubt about it. Shit. Li Fugui, you just wait. As they walked, Meng Hao staggered, his face pale. He nervously turned to look at Su Qing, sweat beading on his forehead. He's talking nonsense. He's really talking nonsense. Don't believe him. Oh, if he's talking nonsense, then why are you sweating? Su Qing looked at Meng Hao with an unfriendly expression. I didn't know you had such skill. Chu Yuyin is the consecrated disciple of Grandmaster Pill Demon of the Violet Fate sect. Shouldn't I congratulate you for climbing up the social ladder? Sweating? Ah, it's because the weather is too hot. Ha ha. There's no need to worry about such a trivial matter. Meng Hao's forehead was covered with sweat, and even his back was covered with sweat. It's really not like that. It's obviously Fatty's bullshit. His real girlfriend is here, and you're trying to promote romantic affairs? Fatty, you're looking to get yourself killed. Li Fugui, you're looking to die? Before Meng Hao could even react, someone else had already gone mad. Wang Tengfei was just about to enter the square. When he heard the words, he was so angry that smoke seemed to shoot out of his 7 orifices. What kind of man could stand having grass growing on his head? A lush green grassland that was simply unbearable. An icy, deathly coldness rose up. Wang Tengfei's face was filled with ferocity as he unleashed the finger of Nirvana toward Li Fugui. What gall! Protect little sect uncle. Wang Tengfei's attack caused the Golden Frost sect cultivators around Li Fugui to be thrown into chaos. Roaring, they threw themselves in front of Fatty, releasing their flying swords and magical items to block Wang Tengfei's attack. How impudent! Roared a burly man in golden armor. He punched out toward Wang Tengfei. Prince, be careful. Wang Tengfei's Dao protector hurried forward, placing his hand in front of Wang Tengfei. Boom! With a loud explosion, a strong wind swept up like a howling gale. If it weren't for the Song clan's restrictive spells, the attack would have injured the other people in the square. Does your Wang clan want to start a war with the Golden Frost sect? Asked the burly man in golden armor, glaring coldly at Wang Tengfei. His murderous aura seethed. It's a misunderstanding, said Wang Shifan, the leader of the Wang clan cultivators. He quickly pulled Wang Tengfei back and apologized to the burly man from the Golden Frost sect. Humph, our little sect uncle has an honorable status. Nobody can humiliate him. With a cold snort, the burly man in golden armor retreated behind Li Fugui, not saying another word. This Li Fugui guy is doing pretty well. Meng Hao, who was currently in a terrible fix, quickly changed the subject. So, this guy is the junior master of the Golden Frost sect? How interesting. Of course, no one paid any attention to his words. Su Qing continued to glare angrily at him. Even after all of the great clans and sects of the southern domain arrived, Su Qing was still angry. Fatty, you've really screwed me over. Meng Hao felt helpless. All he could do was silently ask the heavens. Chapter 12:27. Dong. The mighty sound of the bell reverberated, and the sun and moon intersected. Multicolored light filled the sky. A figure walked out from the multicolored light. It was an old man in a white robe. It was the Song family's ancestor, Song Tian. Everyone's presence brings light to the Song family's son-in-law selection. Let not waste time. Everyone, please. The Song family's ancestor laughed and waved his hand. Endless multicolored light filled the air, and the entire square shook. The stars moved, and heaven and earth changed. The surroundings were filled with multicolored clouds. It was as if they were on top of a white cloud. A table was placed in front of everyone, and on the table were some wine and spirit fruits. Everyone, this is the place where my Song family's son-in-law selection will take place. The Song family's ancestor, Song Tian, smiled and nodded at the people sitting in front of him. The auspicious time has arrived. The Song family's son-in-law selection will officially begin. As he spoke, the Song family's ancestor waved his hand. A breeze swept past, and the clouds in front of him rolled, revealing a strange world. This was a vast world with mountains and seas. But the most eye-catching thing was a tree. It was an enormous tree that connected the heavens and the earth. The towering tree was rooted in the earth and reached the sky. Its size was unimaginable. Even the roots that hung down from the giant trees were like enormous dragons, wriggling up to the sky. The giant tree connected the sky, and its aura was vast and majestic, as if it was supporting the heavens and the earth. "This is the builder tree," Song Tian said with a smile. His gaze swept across everyone, and he pointed at the giant tree in front of him. "At the top of this tree, there is a precious pearl. Whoever obtains this pearl first will be the son-in-law of my Song family." At this moment, the geniuses of the various sects who came to participate in the selection all looked at the giant tree with fervent gazes. Apart from the Tao child that the family and sect focused on nurturing, if the other disciples could become the son-in-law of the Song family, not only would they marry the Song family's pearl, Song Jia, but they would also obtain endless wealth. That was like reaching the heavens in a single bound, saving decades of hard work. "I'm willing to try. Such a grand event. I naturally have to participate." One figure after another rushed up and flew towards the giant tree in front of them. In a moment, the entire banquet was more than half empty. "Marrying the pearl of the Song clan is my wish." The little fatty, Li Fugue, whose entire body was shining with golden light, threw away the flying sword that was picking his teeth and stood up, preparing to rush in the direction of the giant tree. "Little Uncle Master, you already have 300 Tao companions. Isn't it a little inappropriate for you to participate in the Song family's son-in-law selection ceremony?" The golden-armored man beside Li Fugue had a helpless expression on his face. He could only remind Li Fugue. This. Li Fugue blinked his beady eyes and said innocently, "I can't participate because I have a Tao companion." The Song family didn't say that, did they? Since he didn't say that it's impossible, then it's definitely not a problem. Waving his hand, little Fatty released his flying sword and flew towards the giant tree. Only the golden-armored man was left standing there with a blank look on his face. This is a son-in-law selection ceremony. If one had a Tao companion, they couldn't participate. This was common sense, right? Is there a need for someone else to explain it? "I will go too." Wang Tengfei, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly rose to his feet. Without looking back, he shot toward the giant tree. As soon as Wang Tengfei rose to his feet, the Wang clan leader let out a long sigh and remained silent for a long time. Off to the side, the faces of the Violet Fate sect disciples were grim. "You, Wang Tengfei, were clearly engaged to Chu Yuyin of the Violet Fate sect, but now you're going to participate in the Song clan's son-in-law selection ceremony? What is the meaning of this?" "This way it's all right." Elder Wu Dingxiu of the Violet Fate sect raised his wine goblet and drained it in one gulp. He let out a long sigh. "Junior brother, why aren't you going?" Chun Fan nudged Li Yu and gestured toward the giant tree. "Why aren't you going, elder brother?" Li Yu turned to look at Chun Fan with a smile. Chun Fan's face reddened, and he looked a bit embarrassed. "My heart belongs to someone else. Of course, I don't want to participate." So Chun Fan has already fallen in love with Miss Shan Ling of the Solitary Sword sect? Li Yu nodded inwardly. Shan Ling was the source of all of Chun Fan's tragedies. She was a stone from an immortal mountain. She fell into the mortal world and took human form. She was Shan Ling. She had a body close to that of an immortal, and the Solitary Sword sect had high hopes for her. Naturally, they wouldn't allow her to develop mortal feelings. When their relationship was exposed, they eloped and were pursued by the Solitary Sword sect. In the eyes of the Solitary Sword sect, Chun Fan wasn't important. Shan Ling was. In order to sever Shan Ling's mortal ties, the Solitary Sword sect decided to kill Chun Fan and sever her mortal heart. However, in order to save Chun Fan, Shan Ling sacrificed her own life force and transformed into an enormous stone. Chun Fan's heart was as cold as death. He stood guard by the stone all day, not even half a step away. Then, in order to deal with Chun Fan, all heaven used the resurrection of Shan Ling as bait to deceive both Chun Fan and Chin Fan. In the end, Chun Fan died a painful death by Meng Hao's sword. People like Chun Fan shouldn't have been forced to such a state. Li Yu sighed and turned to Chin Fan. Elder brother, you can use the jade slip I gave you at a critical moment. Don't lose it. I know. Chin Fan nodded. Junior brother Meng, you should attend the son-in-law selection ceremony. Li Yu turned to look at Meng Hao with a strange smile on his face. Brotherly, you can go screw other people over. Don't screw me over, okay? Meng Hao turned to look at Su Qing. Seeing that she wasn't angry, he let out a sigh of relief. The shadow of the world tree is full of spirit chi. It can help your cultivation base improve greatly. Besides, you don't really need to take first place. You're just taking the opportunity to cultivate. What's wrong with that? Li was still trying to incite Meng Hao. No, absolutely not. Meng Hao shook his head. Going on a blind date with someone else in front of his girlfriend, wasn't that courting death? Go. I'm just taking the opportunity to cultivate. This is a rare opportunity. Go. Su Qing smiled and nodded at Meng Hao. I'm not going. This young master has never had any other woman in his life. Other than the one in my heart, other women are like dirt to me. I'm definitely not going. Meng Hao wasn't a fool. How could he waver at this time? He had to hold on to the green mountain and not relax. He had to resolutely express his stance and would not yield even if he died. Go. The world tree spirit chi is hard to come by. If I wasn't a girl and couldn't participate, I would want to climb the world tree and absorb the world tree spirit chi. Su Qing looked up at Meng Hao and smiled sweetly. You and I know each other, and our hearts will never change. Why should we care about such minor details? Meng Hao was touched. With a wife like this, what more could a man ask for? Okay, I'll go climb the world tree and absorb the world tree spirit chi. Don't worry, I won't take that pearl. Meng Hao nodded to Su Qing, then turned and sped off in the direction of the world tree. Hee. Meng Hao went away for the world tree. It's time to scam people. Li stood up with a smile on his face and cupped his hands towards the Song family patriarch and the other seniors. Seniors, this is an unprecedentedly grand occasion for the prodigy competition. Junior has a suggestion. In such a grand occasion, why don't we all gamble and see which genius can stand out? What do you think? Gambling, is it? That's right. That's how it should be. The Song family patriarch smiled and nodded. Everyone, we've agreed to this young man's request. Let's gamble on the matter of the various geniuses climbing the world tree. Good. All the seniors and experts took out spirit pills and treasures as the stakes and began to gamble. 9 out of 10 losses. No wonder I scammed you. Li Yu laughed in his heart. He bowed and sat down. He only needed to give them a hint and let them jump into the pit themselves. Chapter 1228. Everyone, I'll be in charge of the betting. Eccentric Song stood up and clasped his hands. Let's bet on the first round. Let's bet on who will be the first to reach the builder tree. Sure. The seniors of the various sects nodded. Since everyone is in such a good mood, let's enjoy this grand occasion. The old ancestor of the Song clan, Song Tian, waved his hand, and a ray of light flashed past, forming a huge screen in front of the crowd. On the light screen, the situation near the builder tree could be clearly seen. One by one, young cultivators flew toward the builder tree. The cultivators of the various sects, including Wang Tongfei, Li Fugue, and Meng Hao, all appeared on the light screen. Everyone, the builder tree spirit diagram was created by a senior expert. To reach the builder tree, it's not just about flying fast. Eccentric Song pointed at the figures on the light screen and said with a smile, I wonder who will be the winner. Of course, it's our own disciple. The leader of the Wang family put down his wine bottle and pointed at Wang Tongfei with a laugh. We'll also bet on our own disciple. For these nascent soul stage experts, gambling was just a game. No matter who won or lost, they couldn't lose face for their sect. They couldn't bet on another sect's disciple in the first round. Even the golden-armored man from the Golden Frost sect knew that Li Fugui had no chance of winning, but he still bet on Li Fugui. You're all betting on your own disciples, but I don't have any. I can only choose one of your disciples. You can't blame me for this. The Song family's son-in-law selection ceremony naturally couldn't involve their own people. Eccentric Song smiled and looked up at the light screen, searching for something. Who should I choose? Thousands of young cultivators flew in the light. Eccentric Song didn't have the ability to see who would be first. Ding dong. As Eccentric Song continued to look through the light screen, his gaze landed on Meng Hao. Suddenly, he heard a slight bell ring. Huh? The violet golden bell rang? Why did it ring when I saw this kid? Is there something strange about this kid? Eccentric Song's heart moved. He suddenly raised his hand and pointed at Meng Hao. I bet on him. This young man, when the various nascent soul cultivators saw Eccentric Song pointing at Meng Hao, they were surprised. Haha, although this young man came with the Solitary Sword sect, he's not a disciple. He's a friend of one of our elite disciples. The Solitary Sword sect nascent soul cultivator looked at Eccentric Song and shook his head. Brother Song, I'm afraid you're going to lose this time. Hee hee, it's just a game. Let's make everyone laugh. Eccentric Song waved his hand and took out a jade pill bottle. This is my Song family's secret 4 directions pill. It contained the 4 directions of heaven and earth and was very helpful in comprehending the power of space. I'll bet this pill. The Song family's 4 directions pill? All right, I'll do it. The nascent soul cultivator from the Blood Demon sect was an old woman with a head full of silver hair and withered skin. She waved her hand, and a blood-colored jade pendant appeared. This is a blood soul talisman that I personally made. I'll also bet a magical equipment. This is the metal essence sword pill that I refined. I'll bet with you. One by one, the experts from the various sects began to place their bets. The bets have been placed. Let's wait and see what happens. Eccentric Song smiled and clasped hands to the crowd. Inwardly, however, he was muttering to himself, why did the violet gold bell ring when I saw that kid? What's up with it? As the crowd placed their bets, the cultivators from the various sects were nearing the world tree. Boom! It was as if a clap of thunder had exploded in their ears. When they were within 3,000 meters of the world tree, an enormous spiritual pressure weighed down on them like Mount Tai. What a heavy spiritual pressure! The beams of light stopped, and the group of cultivators dropped to the ground. They could no longer fly, and could only endure the spiritual pressure. It felt as if they were carrying a mountain on their backs as they trudged onward. I'll definitely take first place. I'll definitely climb to the top of the world tree and pluck the pearl. Wang Tingfei's face was filled with madness. His spiritual power surged, and he continued onward against the enormous spiritual pressure. As soon as he left the table and charged toward the world tree, he was ready to throw caution to the wind. The flying rain dragon legacy has been stolen. I failed to obtain the sublime spirit scripture from the Reliance sect. Now, even Chu Yuyan has hooked up with someone else. There's no way out. This was Wang Tingfei's last chance. Because of the series of failures, Wang Tengfei had lost to Wang Lihai in the competition for the position of Dao Child. He could no longer receive the clan's special training. Only by becoming the son-in-law of the Song clan would he have the chance to rise again. Meng Hao, Chu Yuyan, Wang Lihai, just you wait. Wang Tengfei gnashed his teeth and madly strode forward, approaching the world tree. At this moment, Wang Tengfei had surpassed everyone else and was now the first person to walk in front. The cultivators from the other sects didn't dare to fall behind. Even Fatty Li Fugui led a group of junior disciples and charged toward the world tree, resisting the spiritual pressure. The only one to fall behind was Meng Hao. What a dense spiritual energy. Meng Hao didn't care about taking first place. He wasn't here to fight for the position of son-in-law of the Song clan. To the others, it was an enormous spiritual pressure. But to Meng Hao, how could this be spiritual pressure? This was clearly an abundance of spiritual energy. Every time he took a step forward, he would stop and carefully absorb the dense spiritual energy around him. Meng Hao unhurriedly absorbed the spiritual energy, while the others advanced with all their might. 2 hours later, Wang Tengfei, who was in the lead, was only 30 meters away from the World Tree. Most of the other cultivators who followed closely behind also arrived within 1,000 feet of him. Only, Meng Hao was still 3,000 meters away from the World Tree. Huh, Brother Song. So there are times when you make an error in judgment. Ever since the shame of my life, Wu Dingxiu bought the fake goods. He had been ridiculed by eccentric Song. Now that he saw this situation, he seized the opportunity to vent his anger. Umph! Eccentric Song snorted, his face extremely unsightly. As for the other nascent soul cultivators, they smiled. Don't tell me. The ringing of the violet gold bell was reminding me that this guy is the worst. But I was wrong. Instead, I placed my bet on him. Luckily, there's only one bottle of 4-direction pills. Eccentric Song was secretly depressed. I can't hold it back. The spiritual energy around the World Tree seemed to be of great benefit to Meng Hao's perfect foundation. After absorbing the World Tree spiritual energy, the perfect Tao pillar in his sea of qi exploded with a powerful gravitational force, as if it wanted to suck in all of the spiritual energy. Meng Hao was afraid of causing too much of a disturbance, so he firmly suppressed the gravitational force. But now, he could no longer suppress it. Rumble! It was as if a floodgate had been opened, and the surrounding World Tree spiritual energy began to madly converge like a vortex. At this moment, the spiritual pressure that enveloped the Builder Tree stirred wildly, turning the vicinity of the Builder Tree into a huge whirlpool. Everyone in front of him was sent flying by the vortex of spiritual pressure. Even Wang Tengfei, who was only a few feet away from the World Tree, couldn't help but be pulled back. Only Meng Hao, who was propelled by the spiritual power, shot like an arrow toward the roots of the World Tree. The sudden reversal caused the people watching from above the clouds to stare with wide eyes and slack jaws. My eyes really are like candles. Old Devil Wu, I didn't make an error in judgment. Eccentric Song laughed loudly, extremely pleased with himself. Chapter 1229. Just now, what was that situation? The group of nascent soul cultivators raised their heads and looked at the Song clan's patriarch one by one. Of course, they didn't think that the Song clan patriarch was deliberately playing tricks. How could the Song clan patriarch care about such a small wager? How could he use cheating methods to provoke ridicule? That young man is very interesting. The Song family ancestor smiled and nodded. The origin of the building with spirit diagram is extraordinary. It can't be refined at all, and this old man can't completely control this diagram. As for what's going on, this old man can't tell. However, that young man must have used some method to stimulate the spiritual pressure around the World Tree. The spiritual pressure of the World Tree? It was stimulated by him. Then he used the momentum to push himself to the root of the World Tree. Combined with the scene on the screen, the crowd thought for a moment and came up with the truth. They didn't think too much of the cheating kid who had luckily obtained first place. This was only the first step. He was still far from reaching the peak of the World Tree. Using such cheap tricks without true skill, how could he reach the peak? How could he possibly take first place? Eccentric Song, I'll let you in the first round. Don't be so proud. Let's continue with the wager. Wu Dingxiu had wanted to slap Eccentric Song in the face, but he had never imagined that the tables would turn and he would lose face. Naturally, you want to get back at him. Continue with the wager? Good. At this time, Eccentric Song looked at the screen. When he saw Meng Hao, he heard the sound of a bell. With his previous battle record, Eccentric Song was filled with confidence in the violet gold bell's judgment. And so, this time, let's bet on who will reach the peak. Let's bet a bit more. Eccentric Song reached out and took the violet gold bell from his waist. He waved his hand, and a large pile of treasures appeared, forming a small mountain. Spirit stones, medicinal pills, magical items, spirit medicines, divine materials. One by one, they glittered with spiritual light. This old man will bet everything he has. I'll bet on that kid. I'll bet that he'll be the first to reach the peak. Pointing at Meng Hao, who was standing motionless at the root of the world tree, eccentric Song gritted his teeth and bet everything he had. Such a big bet. Seeing that eccentric Song had bet everything he had, all the nascent soul stage cultivators looked at each other. Playing such a big game? Did old monster Song take the wrong medicine? This old man will bet with you. Wu Dingxiu suddenly stood up. He reached out and took off the storage pouch at his waist. He slammed his palm on the table. This old man's entire fortune. I'll bet with you. I don't believe that this brat can be the first to reach the top. Seeing that, the nascent soul stage cultivators were relieved. It turned out that these two old rivals were at odds with each other. All of his belongings? This is no small matter. At the Song family assembly, in front of all the sects and clans, he definitely couldn't back down now. However, he could not be blindly impulsive. This was the wealth that he had accumulated in his entire life. He couldn't just throw it away like that. The group of nascent soul stage cultivators hurriedly raised their heads and looked at the light beam carefully, not letting go of the slightest clue. He's trembling. That brat is trembling all over. Everyone watched as Meng Hao, who was the first to reach the root of the world tree, trembled slightly, as if he were enduring great pain. Yes, this brat used a trick to reach the root of the world tree. But in the end, he couldn't withstand the spiritual pressure of the world tree. Based on his situation, it was very likely that he couldn't even take the first step, let alone reach the top. Let's bet. With a judgment in their hearts, the group of nascent soul stage cultivators took out the storage pouches at their waists and accepted old monster Song's bet. The purple gold bell won't make a mistake. It definitely won't make a mistake. Old monster Song also saw that Meng Hao was trembling all over. However, he was even more confident in the purple gold bell. Don't worry, I will definitely let you win. If you don't win, wouldn't the wealth of so many nascent soul stage cultivators be wasted? Liu laughed in his heart. However, after you win, Junior Brother Li, Junior Brother Meng, he will be in danger. Su Qing also saw Meng Hao standing still at the root of the world tree, trembling all over. Her face was full of worry. Yes, Junior Brother Meng will be fine, right? Chun Fan also turned his head to look at Li Yu with a hint of blame in his eyes. Meng Hao was instigated by Li Yu to absorb the world tree spirit chi. Now that this had happened, Li Yu naturally couldn't get away with it. Don't worry, Li Yu smiled and waved his hand. Junior Brother Meng's current situation is not because he can't withstand the spiritual pressure. He is breaking through the realm and increasing his cultivation. Is that so? Hearing Li Yu's words, Chun Fan and Su Qing breathed a sigh of relief. When breaking through the realm, this kind of situation did happen. Since Meng Hao was breaking through the realm, then it was not strange. Ignorant child, what do you know? Li Yu and the other two's conversation, although their voices were very low, but in the ears of the nascent soul stage cultivators, they could still hear it clearly. Wu Dingxiu, who had a stomach full of anger, heard Li Yu's words and was annoyed in his heart. He scolded Li Yu. Fellow Taoist Wu, why lower yourself to the level of a child? The leader of the solitary sword sect quickly blocked the angry Wu Dingxiu, preventing him from taking his anger out on Li Yu. After all, Li Yu had come with the solitary sword sect. If he was casually bullied by an outsider, how could a solitary sword sect show its face? You dare to scold me? Heh. Well then, I won't feel the slightest bit of guilt when I swindle you into bankruptcy. Li Yu laughed coldly and took a sip from his wine bottle. He looked up at the screen and laughed. Look, Junior Brother Meng is about to break through. As soon as the words left his mouth, a golden light burst out from his body. The resplendent radiance cast a golden hue around him. At this moment, a fourth Tao pillar appeared within his body. 4 Tao pillars. This was the mid-foundation establishment stage. Within his sea of qi, the 4 golden Tao pillars glittered with boundless radiance. Now that he had broken through, Another round of absorbing spiritual energy had begun. The spiritual energy of the world tree surged madly toward him. An enormous spiritual pressure gathered around him. Meng Hao stood in the vicinity of the world tree. No one was able to pass through the spiritual pressure. Ah! Wang Tengfei roared madly. He did his utmost to advance, but was unable to take even half a step. Until, I've already absorbed all the spiritual energy from the bottom of the world tree, then I have no choice but to climb up the tree. Meng Hao's body shot up into the air. He followed the enormous trunk of the world tree, absorbing the spiritual energy as he advanced. The spiritual energy swirled madly around him, creating an enormous spiritual pressure. Meng Hao walked in front, making it impossible for the others to pass him. They were so suppressed that they couldn't even move. Only when Meng Hao took a step forward could they take a step forward. If I don't go, you can't go. If I only take one step, you can only take one step. When one person takes the lead, all heroes bow their heads. No one could take a step forward. It's actually, how could this be? How could this be? Seeing this, the crowd of nascent soul cultivators were dumbfounded. What was the point of gambling? Only Meng Hao could take first place. Only Meng Hao could be the first to reach the top. No one else could. Ha ha! Many thanks to everyone for your generous gifts. Eccentric Song's eyes shone, and he let out a wild laugh. He had already won. I'll let you be happy for now. Later, you'll be crying. Li Yu flicked the wine bottle on the table, his eyes filled with mockery. Watch how I swindle you half to death. Chapter 1230. Time slowly passed. There was no suspense in the competition to reach the top of the builder tree. Meng Hao alone suppressed the crowd. His surging spiritual pressure made it impossible for anyone behind him to surpass him, until Meng Hao reached the top of the builder tree, becoming the first person to do so. Ha ha! I've won. Many thanks, fellow Taoists, for your generous gifts. Eccentric Song laughed maniacally. Everyone's eyes burned with anger as they felt their hearts ache. He took away all the bets and all the belongings of the nascent soul cultivators. This was their entire fortune. If it weren't for the fact that this wasn't the right place, everyone would have snatched it back. Rumble. At this time, Meng Hao, who had reached the top of the builder tree, suddenly exploded with brilliant golden light. It was as if a scorching sun had risen from the top of the tree. He's here. Seeing this, Li Yu's face was full of smiles. Meng Hao has reached the late foundation establishment stage. After absorbing the spiritual energy of the builder tree, Meng Hao had already condensed 7 Tao pillars within his sea of qi. He had officially stepped into the late foundation establishment stage. He cultivated the sublime spirit scripture and had a perfect foundation. Reaching the late foundation establishment stage meant that his perfect foundation had reached the initial stage, and he had completed the initial transformation. Thus a vision appeared, and an unforeseen event occurred. Rumble. It was as if a scorching sun had exploded. Resplendent golden light covered the sky, illuminating the entire sky. A vast and indistinct chanting of scriptures rang out. It was as if heaven and earth were resonating, and the great Tao was resonating. As the chanting of scriptures rang out, the golden light that filled the sky circulated like a haze, condensing into resplendent golden characters. They were like a resplendent river of stars, spiraling and shining within the golden light. These characters were disorderly, and it was impossible to see what they were. They looked like characters, but also like magical symbols. They spiraled and condensed, as if they were continuously branding themselves into Meng Hao's body. When these strange magical symbols were completely branded into Meng Hao's body, 2 enormous golden characters condensed above his head. Sublime, Spirit. These 2 characters were simple and profound, as if they contained endless profundities. More importantly, everyone present had already recognized these 2 characters. Sublime Spirit Scripture. This is the Sublime Spirit Scripture. At this moment, all the experts present suddenly stood up, their faces filled with shock as they looked at the peak of the builder tree. This was the sublime spirit scripture. It was a legendary, peerless technique that could forge a flawless foundation. To an individual, this kind of chi condensation foundation establishment technique was not very important. After all, these experts were already in the nascent soul realm. However, they weren't just individuals. They represented the 3 clans and 5 sections. They represented the 8 most powerful forces in the southern region. To the aristocratic sect, such a peerless true technique was a treasure that they absolutely could not let go of. With this true art, the sect's aristocratic families would be able to continuously nurture countless disciples with flawless foundations. This was the foundation of the sect and aristocratic family's prosperity. Boom! Another shocking boom could be heard as the final 2 characters, Sublime Spirit, were branded into his body. Golden radiance swept across the sky as the transformation was complete. Thus, he returned to his origin and revealed his true form. As of this moment, under the watchful eyes of all onlookers, Meng Hao was back to his original appearance. Meng Hao. That's Meng Hao. No wonder he has the sublime spirit scripture. So it's him. As of this moment, all of the experts from the sect world were looking at Meng Hao with burning gazes. This was Meng Hao with the blood immortal legacy, and Meng Hao with the sublime spirit scripture. Notify the sect. All of the nascent soul experts began to send messages to the sect. This was the Song family's territory. This was the Song family's son-in-law selection ceremony. Even if all of the experts wanted to immediately make a move, they had no choice but to face reality. Here, they could not compete with the Song family. However, as long as the other 2 great clans and the 5 great sect joined forces to pressure them, the Song family would not dare to monopolize it. Ding dong! At this moment, eccentric Song, who was looking at the peak of the builder tree with burning eyes, suddenly heard the sound of a bell in his mind. Another bell chime? Eccentric Song's heart trembled as he instantly understood the truth. Yes, the bell chime is not reminding me who is the strongest. It's because of the sublime spirit scripture. This violet gold bell was the treasure obtained from Meng Hao. It was definitely related to this sublime spirit scripture. Meng Hao, this thief, actually dared to come to my Song family's son-in-law selection ceremony to cause trouble. He's really courting death. Eccentric Song rolled his eyes and made up his mind. Since the violet gold bell was related to the sublime spirit scripture, he might be able to take advantage of Meng Hao by using the violet gold bell. Wait for this old man to take down this thief. Eccentric Song roared and waved his hand to release the violet gold bell. Ding! A bell chime shook the universe. The violet gold radiance filled the sky and turned into a huge violet gold bell. It covered the peak of the builder tree Meng Hao's head. Ah, Meng Hao! Seeing this scene, Chun Fan and Su Qing turned pale with fright. Meng Hao was furious and exposed the sublime spirit scripture. In this situation, there was no chance of survival. There was only death. However, the 2 of them were too weak to interfere. They did not have time to do so. Ding! The huge violet gold bell covered Meng Hao. He was unable to resist and was instantly enveloped by the violet gold bell. Has he fallen into the hands of the Song family? When the various nascent soul experts saw this, their hearts were filled with hatred. However, there was nothing they could do. This was the Song family's territory. Above them sat Spirit, severing eccentric Song Tian. If anyone dared to interfere, Song Tian would definitely suppress them. Even if you succeed, what can you do? When the time comes, you'll still have to spit it out. The various nascent soul experts had already notified their sects. As long as the various powers gathered and joined forces, the Song family would have no choice but to hand Meng Hao over, unless they had the guts to stand alone against all the other powers. The blood immortal legacy and the sublime spirit scripture could only be shared among the various powers. No one would dare to monopolize them. Absorb! Eccentric Song roared. He performed an incantation gesture, causing the violet gold bell to sweep Meng Hao up from the peak of the builder tree. Haha, it's time to trick people. As eccentric song controlled the violet gold bell to sweep Meng Hao up into the sky, Liu laughed inwardly and gently flicked his finger. This is I's Emperor Yu Bell. With a slight flick of his finger, the Emperor Yu Bell could only do as Liu wished. Rumble! Violet gold light exploded, filling the sky with a boundless power that shook heaven and earth. The violet gold bell transformed into a dazzling beam of light that shot up into the sky. Suddenly, it shattered the void and charged out of heaven and earth. Just like that, it disappeared. Eccentric Song was dumbstruck. What's going on? Eccentric Song, what are you doing? Preposterous. Does your Song family want to monopolize him? You actually let your magical treasure send Meng Hao away? Your Song family really has some tricks up their sleeves. This isn't over. At this moment, the various nascent soul experts were both shocked and furious. They flew into a rage, pointing at eccentric Song and loudly cursing him. I just wanted to capture him. I never wanted to send him away. My magical treasure. Yes, my magical treasure went out of control. My magical treasure went out of control. Eccentric Song's entire body was covered in cold sweat. His face was deathly pale. Who are you trying to fool? Your magical treasure went out of control? Can't you find a better excuse? The various nascent soul experts surrounded eccentric Song and angrily rebuked him. This time, you won't be able to clear your name even if you jump into the Yellow River. Liu leisurely picked up the wine bottle and smiled as he took a sip. The magical treasure is gone. All the treasures you won are gone, and you're carrying a black pot that can't be cleared. I hope you won't be too miserable. Chapter 1231. The Song Clan's son-in-law selection ceremony ended on a sour note. Meng Hao had disappeared. In everyone's eyes, Meng Hao had been sent away by eccentric Song's magical item. Even the members of the Song family thought so. Eccentric Song swore and cried, I didn't do it. But who would believe him? A magical item out of control? A magical item refined by a nascent soul expert could go out of control? Who are you trying to fool? Even if eccentric Song said that the violet gold bell had come from Meng Hao. But even if the original owner was Meng Hao, how could a foundation establishment cultivator take back a magical item refined by a nascent soul expert? This logic couldn't be justified no matter where you went. Eccentric Song was the scapegoat, and there was no way he could clear his name. The two aristocratic families and the 5 great sect joined forces to pressure him. The Song clan could only throw him into jail. Who told you to keep the blood immortal legacy and the sublime spirit scripture for yourself? Who told you to be so selfish and only care about yourself? Even your own family was tricked by you. As for whether or not eccentric Song would be tortured and then swear to never reveal Meng Hao's whereabouts, Liu didn't care about such things. The son-in-law selection ceremony turned into a scolding ceremony. The Song clan apologized and threw eccentric Song into jail. The various aristocratic families joined forces to interrogate him. Only then did the matter pass. The disciples of the various sects naturally followed their elders back to their sect. Junior brother Li, Meng Hao, will something happen to him? On the way back to the solitary sword sect, Chen Fan asked for a leave of absence to go on a tour with Li Yu and Su Qing. There were no outsiders around, so Chen Fan and Su Qing impatiently asked Li Yu questions. Don't worry, junior brother Meng is completely fine. Right now, his hands are probably cramping from counting money, right? The violet gold bell contained eccentric Song's entire fortune. It also contained the entire wealth of the nascent soul experts of the various sects. With so much wealth, Meng Hao would have to count them one by one until his hands were cramping. Junior brother Meng is fine? What is going on? Why would eccentric Song help Meng Hao escape? Why would eccentric Song rather die than submit? Why would he never reveal Meng Hao's whereabouts? Chen Fan and Su Qing couldn't believe what they had just seen. It was like a dream. No matter how they thought about it, they couldn't understand why eccentric Song would take such a huge risk and sacrifice himself to send Meng Hao away. What was the problem here? Unless Meng Hao is his son, why would he be willing to sacrifice himself to send Meng Hao away? Chun Fan's imagination ran wild. Yes, that must be it. Eccentric Song must have found out that Meng Hao was his long-lost son. You really have some ideas. Liu looked at Chun Fan speechlessly. How dare you spout such nonsense? Aren't you afraid that Meng Hao's father, a peerless expert who has guarded South Heaven for 100,000 years, will cut you down with his sword? Ahem, why must they be father and son? Coughing dryly, Liu decided to save elder brother Chun. He didn't want Meng Hao's father to kill him with a single blow of his sword. Oh, if it wasn't a father-son relationship, what else could it be? Who else would make such a huge sacrifice except for father? Chun Fan and Su Qing looked at Liu in confusion. Sigh, you guys are still too ignorant. Liu sighed and shook his head. He recited a poem. What is love? It makes people pledge their lives to each other. At this moment, Chun Fan and Su Qing trembled. Their faces were blank, as if they had been struck by lightning. No way. Chun Fan's face was pale, as if his worldview had collapsed. Su Qing was even more miserable. She almost couldn't stand still. Why not? Junior brother Meng is handsome and intelligent. It's normal for people to admire him. You can't discriminate against others just because of their gender and age. Who said that an old man can't pursue love? Liu lectured with a serious expression. Blurg, Chun Fan, and Su Qing couldn't hold it in anymore. They threw up. They really threw up. So that's what happened. There's actually such a thing. Behind Liu and the other two's conversation, behind a cliff, a few nascent soul realm experts were hiding and eavesdropping. Their eyes were glazed over, and their faces were pale. Yes, someone was eavesdropping. Meng Hao was with Chun Fan, Liu, and Su Qing. Moreover, Chun Fan was brought from the Reliance sect to the Solitary Sword sect. His relationship with Meng Hao was not shallow. Because Liu and the others were not directly related to this matter, no one caught them and interrogated them. However, they were related to Meng Hao. Perhaps I could find clues about Meng Hao from them. Naturally, someone was following and eavesdropping. Liu naturally knew that someone was eavesdropping. Then, he gave such an unbelievable reason. No wonder Eccentric Song never married. No wonder Eccentric Song never got close to women. So, that's what happened. It seems unbelievable, but it's not without reason. I'm afraid that's really the reason. Indeed, now that he put it that way, everything seemed to make sense. It really is ask the world what love is, and let people live and die for it. If the Song clan knew that Eccentric Song did this because he fell in love with Meng Hao, the patriarch of the Song clan would probably cough up blood, right? The nascent soul experts who were eavesdropping seemed to have discovered a new world. They hurriedly ran away in excitement. They should be planning to publicize this great love, right? I hope Junior Brother Meng won't beat me to death. Liu laughed strangely. When I swindle people, I even swindle myself. Isn't it normal to swindle Junior Brother Meng? Junior Brother, this can't be true, right? Su Qing stood up shakily, a feeling of powerlessness welling up in her heart. Running into a rival in love isn't scary. What's scary is the rival in love isn't the same gender as you. Elder Sister Su, you have to believe Meng Hao. Meng Hao is innocent. His only mistake is that he's too outstanding. He can't stop others from loving him. Liu is still pouring out poisonous chicken soup. Don't say any more. Chun Fan had just finished vomiting. Hearing this, he began to retch again. Too scary. Too scary. Chun Fan's face was deathly pale. He wiped the corners of his mouth and flicked his sleeve. I don't want to be miserable. I can't get involved. Worried that if he listened too much, he would turn gay. Chun Fan staggered, turned, and ran. Elder Sister Su, why don't you come with me? Liu winked at Su Qing, giving her a meaningful look. Then he continued. For us rogue cultivators, if we want to go far on the path of cultivation, the only way is to join a great sect. I've admired the Violet Fate sect of the Southern Domain for a long time. Let's go join a master there. Junior Brother, you're absolutely right. Seeing Liu's meaningful look Su Qing knew that joining the Violet Fate sect definitely had something to do with Meng Hao. She readily agreed. The two of them headed toward the Violet Fate sect. By this time, Meng Hao had earned so much money that his hands went numb. After changing his appearance, he entered the Violet Fate sect's territory, a city of cultivators in the state of Eastern Emergence. Do you know what happened at the Song clan son-in-law selection ceremony? So, the reason eccentric Song risked his life to send Meng Hao away was because he fell in love with Meng Hao. What is love? It makes people live and die for each other. This is true love. As soon as he entered the city, Meng Hao heard a group of cultivators discussing something with strange expressions on their faces. What the hell? What's going on? When he heard the words true love, Meng Hao staggered and nearly fell to the ground. Li Yu, you bastard. This was definitely done by you. Other than you, who else would do something so immoral? Meng Hao roared in his heart. Chapter 1232. Elder Sister Su, if you want to join the Violet Fate sect, you will need an identity. Li Yu and Su Qing couldn't reveal their true identities. If they wanted to formally join the Violet Fate sect, they would need to come up with a clear identity. Li Yu and Su Qing flew through the air until they reached the state of Eastern Emergence and Violet Fate sect territory. They settled down in one of the more remote cultivator cities. Over the past 2 days, I've already found a suitable identity. Handing over a piece of paper, Li Yu said to Su Qing, "This is your identity. You're from a fallen cultivator clan in Cloud Heaven City, a branch of the Su clan. Your name is Su Qing." "Many thanks, junior brother." Su Qing took the paper and saw that it was filled with information about her new identity. "Only Fong Mu's fiancé. Who's Fong Mu?" Su Qing leapt to her feet in shock. She looked at Li Yu with a strange expression. "Junior brother, you're not Fong Mu, are you?" "Haha, of course not." Li Yu laughed and shook his head. "That guy is Fong Mu. Him? You know where he is?" Su Qing knew that this junior brotherly of hers was very skilled. It seemed he could accomplish anything with ease. "Yeah, he's going to the Violet Fate sect. You'll be able to meet him soon." Li Yu smiled and nodded. Then he pulled out 2 more pieces of paper. "This is information about Fong Mu, as well as me. Remember, don't give yourself away. Cloud Heavenly Clan? Li Yu, is it really okay for us to use the same name?" Su Qing looked at the paper and shook her head. "There are plenty of people under heaven with the same name and surname. Don't worry, the identities I've arranged are completely real. No one will be able to find the slightest flaw." During the past 2 days, Li Yu had used the system to tamper with the memories of the 2 clans. These 2 identities were completely real. "Well, let's go to the Violet Fate sect." Su Qing had been worried about him for a long time, so she wanted to see him as soon as possible. "Let's go." The 2 of them headed toward the Violet Fate sect's outpost. A few days later, Li Yu and Su Qing arrived at a huge city. This city was called Purple Moon City. It was a huge city of cultivators outside of the Purple Cloud sect. The city was bustling with people coming and going. In addition to the cultivators from the state of Eastern Emergence, there were also cultivators from all over the Southern Domain. There were even quite a few Western Desert cultivators with runic totems engraved all over their bodies. The pinnacle of the Southern Domain's Tao of alchemy, the Violet Fate sect, is truly extraordinary. Li Yu nodded in praise as he looked at the cultivators coming and going in the city. The Violet Fate sect is the leader of the Tao of alchemy in the Southern Domain. These foreign cultivators are all here to buy pills in Purple Moon City. That's the headquarters of the Violet Fate sect. Li Yu pointed at a huge mountain behind the city and introduced it to Su Qing. It was a huge mountain that was emitting purple light. The vast and mighty purple light seemed to have dyed half the sky purple. Taking a closer look, he realized that it wasn't a mountain at all. Instead, it was a statue as huge as a mountain. It was the statue of an old man. In the statue's left hand was an enormous pill furnace, and in its right hand was a scroll. Violet chi from the east and purple light filled the sky. This was the headquarters of the Violet Fate sect. Let's go to the headquarters." Li Yu called out to Su Qing and hurried toward the headquarters of the Violet Fate sect. You want to enter the sect? A fat middle-aged cultivator stood at the entrance of a large hall outside the headquarters. He looked up at Liu and Su Qing. It's not that easy to become a disciple of the Violet Fate sect. The sect doesn't directly recruit formal disciples. All disciples can only be chosen from apprentice alchemists and apprentice Taoists. Are you willing to start as apprentice Taoists? We are willing. Liu and Su Qing nodded at the same time. Good. Take out your recommendation talismans. The middle-aged cultivator nodded and instructed the two of them. Recommendation talismans? Su Qing stared blankly. She had never heard of such a thing. I have them. Liu hurriedly produced 2 violet command talismans and handed them to the middle-aged cultivator. Elder command talismans? You have elder command talismans? Which clan are you from? Seeing Liu hand over the violet command talismans, the middle-aged cultivator was shocked. He hurriedly took the command talismans and smiled at Liu and Su Qing. His attitude was much more cordial. I am Liu of the Cloud Sky Li clan. This is Su Qing of the Cloud Sky Su clan. Liu introduced their new identities. Liu? Hearing this name, the middle-aged cultivator's entire body trembled. Then he quickly recovered and shook his head with a smile. This name of yours sounds like an illustrious figure. Sword God Liu, a role model for our generation. Liu rubbed his head, embarrassed. My parents gave me this name. I have no choice. There are many people with the same name under the heavens. It's nothing. The middle-aged cultivator laughed, then led Liu and Su Qing to the entrance of a sect. This was an iron chain bridge. The iron chain bridge spanned 2 mountains, as if passing through the clouds. Below it was a bottomless abyss. Cross this bridge, and you can become apprentice Taoists or apprentice alchemists. The middle-aged cultivator pointed at the iron chain bridge in front of them. Go. There will be people on the other side who will make arrangements for you. Many thanks. Liu said his thanks, then led Su Qing onto the iron chain bridge. Senior Sister Su, let's cross the bridge quickly. There were restrictions on the bridge that prevented the use of spiritual energy. Furthermore, this was a bridge that questioned one's heart. If one harbored evil intentions and harmed the Violet Fate sect, they would be thrown off the iron chain bridge and fall into the abyss to their deaths. However, Liu's heart was not something that could be shaken by others. As for Su Qing, she was wholeheartedly focused on coming here to find her lover. How could she have the time to think about evil intentions? The two of them walked forward with large strides. Their progress was smooth and open, as if they were flying, as if they were walking on flat ground. Such a pure heart, without the slightest trace of distracting thoughts, as expected of someone with an elder's command medallion. The middle-aged cultivator watched as the two of them hurried along the iron chain bridge. It seemed as if the trials of the path of questioning posed no difficulty to them at all. Not bad. These two are good seedlings. 2 cultivators stood on the other side of the iron chain bridge. One was an old man dressed in a long azure robe, his entire body emanating the scent of medicinal herbs. The other was a woman dressed in Taoist robes. We'll have to see how their cultivation aptitude is. The woman in Taoist robes nodded slightly. The Li clan and the Su clan of the Cloud Sky sect can be considered outer cultivation clans of our sect. So long as their aptitude isn't too bad, we'll let them join. You're quite kind. The azure-robed old man laughed. I remember. Senior Brother Li was from the Li clan of the Cloud Sky, wasn't he? Senior Brother Li's descendant is here. Junior Sister Lu, could it be that you still have feelings for him? Old Man Su, are you looking for a beating? The woman in Taoist robes frowned, her face filled with rage as she glared at the azure-robed old man. Violet light surged from her body, as if she were preparing to fight. Junior Sister, calm your anger. Don't fight. They're coming. The azure-robed old man hurriedly begged for mercy. By this time, Liu and Su Qing had stepped out of the clouds and were about to reach their destination. Chapter 12:33. Greetings, seniors. A moment later, Su Qing and Li Yu crossed the iron chain bridge and arrived in front of the two cultivators. You've passed the path of heart examination. You passed the first test. Next, we'll test your aptitudes and determine which of the alchemy and qi divisions you're suited for. The old man with the fragrance of herbs pointed to a pillar-like mottled ancient tree on the high platform behind him. That's the green cloud tree. Place your hands on the green cloud tree. We'll test your aptitudes and determine which division you're suited for. Yes. Li Yu and Su Qing quickly walked to the green cloud tree and began the test according to the old man's instructions. The first to be tested was Su Qing. Su Qing placed her hands on the green cloud tree. A moment later, a purple light burst out from the green cloud tree. The purple light shone and shot up several feet into the air. Purple light for 3 feet. Not bad. The woman in Taoist robes smiled and nodded. She's very suited for the Qi division. It seems that our Lingxiu Peak will have another disciple. After Su Qing finished her test, the woman in Taoist robes smiled and waved at her. I'm Lu Siyun, Deacon of Lingxiu Peak of the Violet Fate Sect's Qi division. Our Lingxiu Peak is where the female disciples of the Violet Fate Sect cultivate. From now on, you're a disciple of Lingxiu Peak. Disciple Su Qing greets Deacon Lu. Su Qing bowed and walked to the side of the woman in Taoist robes. She was officially admitted. It's your turn. The green-robed old man gestured to Li Yu. A test of aptitude? I like to see how good my aptitude is. Although Li Yu had entered the secular world to cultivate again, the nature of his saint embryo of the connate Dao body had not changed. He wondered if this green cloud tree could test the aptitude of his saint embryo of the connate Dao body. I hope it won't be too scary. Li Yu smiled and placed his hands on the green cloud tree in front of him. Boom! The green cloud tree shook violently and exploded with a loud bang. A dazzling purple-gold light shot up into the sky, like a purple-gold pillar of light that connected the heavens and the earth. At the same time, the mottled ancient tree withered and withered, suddenly came back to life, sprouted countless buds. In a short moment, the tender shoots grew rapidly, growing into tree branches. Germination and leaves sprouted. This mottled ancient tree, this withered tree, actually became a large tree with luxuriant branches and leaves. The green-robed elder and the woman in Taoist robes stared at the scene with their mouths agape. They were completely dumbfounded. Purple light soared to the heavens. Spring had come to a withered tree. This was a scene from the legends. Ever since this green cloud tree was placed here by the founding ancestor, Sage Zidong, such a scene had never occurred. Even Sage Zidong himself couldn't do such a thing. Purple light soared into the sky, representing an incomparable aptitude for qi cultivation. When a withered tree comes back to life, it meant that one's alchemy talent was unparalleled in both ancient and modern times. These two scenes were simply legends. Many people even believed that it was impossible for such a situation to exist. Now, two phenomena had appeared at the same time. Moreover, it appeared on the same person. What kind of monster is this? The green-robed old man and the woman in Taoist robes were dumbfounded. It wasn't until the sound of a bell resounded through the clouds and numerous figures with vast auras whizzed over that the two of them finally regained their senses. What's going on? A group of old fellows from the Tao of alchemy and Qi refinement lineages rushed over one after another. That's the green cloud tree? Purple light soared into the sky. Spring came to a withered tree. Oh my God, is there really such a legendary phenomenon? This time, the group of old fellows who rushed over were also stunned. I already know about this matter. Just deal with it normally. At that moment, a voice entered everyone's ears that stunned the group of old fellows for a moment before they came to their senses. That's right. The more talented a person was, the more they had to be treated normally. They couldn't be too arrogant or they would develop arrogance. Otherwise, it would be detrimental to their future cultivation. So, it's an entry test. The leading old man nodded indifferently. Yes, his aptitude isn't bad. It's just that he caused quite a commotion. All right, you guys can deal with it yourselves. With a wave of his hand, the group of old fellows turned and left. It was as though this was a very ordinary test. The green-robed elder and the woman in Taoist robes presiding over the test below were clearly stunned. No way, right? The patriarchs were actually so calm. This was a legendary phenomenon. How could they be so calm? Could it be that they couldn't see that he was a peerless genius? More importantly, which division should such a peerless genius join? No way, right? When a peerless genius like me joins the sect, shouldn't everyone be fighting to take me as their disciple? Shouldn't it be a group of people shouting 666? Shouldn't they give me their cultivation base and then a peerless beauty? How could the Violet Fate's sect's reaction be so calm? Weren't they too calm? Liu suddenly felt as though he were showing off to a blind man by lighting up a lamp. Liu's posturing didn't have the desired effect, causing his interest to wane. Young man, are you from the Li clan of the Cloud Sky? Your patriarch was my elder brother back in the day. The green-robed elder looked at Liu with a smile. Elder Brother Li was also a member of the Tao of Alchemy Division. Young man, which division do you intend to join when you join the sect? A genius disciple like him could only choose which division to join. Otherwise, the alchemy and chi divisions would engage in endless bickering. However, the green-robed elder had intentionally pointed out that the Li clan originated from the Tao of Alchemy Division, giving Liu an innate sense of closeness when he made his choice. It could be considered a bit of trick. The Violet Cloud Tao of Alchemy is the pinnacle of the present age. The reason I've come today is to devote myself to studying the Tao of Alchemy. Liu really was interested in the art of alchemy in this world. The art of creating something out of nothing could be used to refine the false into the true. Using illusory objects, one could create a real medicinal pill out of nothing. 100,000 plants and vegetation, 1 million transformations, 10 million derivations, a trillion evolutions. The art of concocting medicinal plants and vegetation had reached the pinnacle. More importantly, the medicinal plants used in this world could be catalyzed by special magical techniques, allowing them to mature directly. With the exception of some precious materials, ordinary medicinal plants only needed seeds to mature. They didn't even need to be planted. Liu was very interested in the art of creating things out of nothing, the extreme use of the medicinal properties of plants, and the art of time that could accelerate the maturity of medicinal herbs. You want to join the Tao of Alchemy Division? Good, good, good. The green-robed elder was overjoyed. He quickly grabbed Liu and said, "Come on, I'll take you into the sect." Without even saying a word, he grabbed Liu and turned to leave. It was almost as if he feared that someone might snatch him away. "Honor guard Liu, what's going on?" Su Qing watched as Liu was dragged away by the green-robed elder. He didn't even have a chance to say a word. She felt very helpless. Liu still hadn't told her how to find this Feng Mu. Well, as far as Su Qing was concerned, she didn't care about anything other than him. She had even turned a blind eye to the ruckus Liu had caused. "Oh, I'm just escorting a new disciple back, that's all." Actually, how could an honor guard escort an ordinary disciple into the sect? In order to prevent Su Qing from feeling disappointed, honor guard Liu smiled and nodded. "Come, I'll escort you to Spiritual Beauty Peak." Now, the two imposters were officially part of the Violet Fate sect. Chapter 1234. Little fellow, this is the encampment of our Violet Fate sect's alchemy division. The azure-robed elder brought Liu along as they flew through the air. Mountains and valleys appeared below them. Dense clouds churned, and a faint medicinal fragrance permeated the air, refreshing one's heart. According to the sect's rules, new disciples must start as alchemy apprentices. Only by familiarizing themselves with the changes in plants and vegetation and grasping their medicinal properties can they become alchemists, which is to say, official disciples of the alchemy division. The azure-robed elder pointed at a huge valley in front of them and said to Li Yu, "That is one of the pill valleys where the alchemy apprentices live." The green-robed old man brought Li Yu into the huge valley, which was nearly 100 miles in circumference. Other than all kinds of buildings, there were even more medicinal herbs growing in the valley. Alchemists catalyzed the medicinal herbs themselves when refining medicine. There was no need to plant them. However, catalyzing medicinal herbs also required seeds. Thus, the alchemy division's territory was filled with medicinal herbs. "You can stay here. I will arrange for someone to deliver your identity talisman and the purple cloud spirit art for alchemy apprentices." He brought Li Yu to a bamboo building. The green-robed old man pointed at the bamboo building and said to Li Yu, "You should settle down first. Every morning, alchemists will come to teach you the Tao of plants. You must study seriously. I am Su Qian, the deacon of this pill valley. If you need anything, come find me at any time." "Many thanks, senior." Li Yu cupped his hands and bowed. "This junior will take his leave. Go, go." Su Qian smiled and nodded, but his heart was wild with joy. Although he didn't know why the sex patriarch was so calm and didn't seem to see such a peerless genius. But this gave me a chance. This person will definitely soar to the heavens in the future. I am old and don't have much hope in this life. However, with this kind of affection, after his name shakes the world, he will definitely take good care of this old man's descendants. A favor is also a kind of investment. Su Qian left happily. Li Yu shrugged and stepped into the bamboo house. Li Yu could naturally tell what Su Qian was thinking at a glance. However, in life, there should be no one else other than parents and children who could form a pure friendship without any benefit. Even if they were husband and wife, there would be times when they would fly away separately in the face of disaster. Su Qian's thoughts were also human nature, so there was no need to be harsh. Li Yu didn't mind lending a helping hand when he could. The Tao of plants and vegetation is the Tao of physical transformations, exhausting the nature of plants and trees, refining them into pills. This is our great Tao. If I want to exhaust the nature of plants and vegetation, I need to start from the most basic place, which is the catalysis of plants and vegetation. On the morning of the first day, Su Qian was sitting on a high platform in the plaza at the center of Pill Valley. He held a medicinal seed in his hand as he lectured thousands of alchemists on the Tao of plants and trees. The purple cloud spirit art is our purple cloud core vein's secret technique to catalyze plants and vegetation. It is the foundation for you to control the nature of plants and vegetation. Now, I will demonstrate to you how to catalyze medicinal herbs. Watch carefully. As Su Qian spoke, a spiritual light appeared in his palm, and a vigorous life force sprouted. As the light flowed, the seed continuously sprouted until it grew into a 3-meter-long green vine. This is the thunder root vine. When we use it in medicine, we choose its roots. With a wave of his hand, the vines and leaves of the thunder root vine were all removed, leaving behind a cluster of roots with faint lightning. I see. Apart from accelerating the growth of medicinal herbs, the purple cloud spirit art also needs to provide the spiritual energy needed for the growth of medicinal herbs. After seeing the purple cloud spirit art and Su Qian's personal demonstration, Li Yu had already grasped the essence of the purple cloud spirit art. He used his own spiritual energy to catalyze medicinal herbs and use them to refine pills according to his needs. It's enough to catalyze ordinary medicinal herbs with spiritual energy, but some heavenly and earthly treasures require medicinal herbs of sufficient age. They must use the power of time to accelerate the flow of time. Unless the alchemists of this world cultivation reached an extremely high realm and controlled the power of time, it was impossible for them to catalyze heavenly and earthly treasures. The power of time? I started from the power of time. Li Yu smiled. Back then, when he had just started, he had cultivated the endless scripture and comprehended the endless path of time. Li Yu, demonstrate the catalysis of medicinal herbs. At this moment, Li Yu suddenly heard Su Qian call out his name. Li Yu was stunned. It couldn't be, right? There's such a thing as answering questions in the cultivation world. Why does it feel like listening to the teacher's lecture in the classroom before I transmigrated? After new disciples learned the purple cloud spirit art for the first time, they need to catalyze the medicinal herbs once to test their talent in plants. Su Qian smiled and threw out a medicinal herb seed. As long as you can make the seed sprout for the first time, it means that you have talent in plants. This isn't difficult. Talent in plants? Didn't I test my talent in plants during the entrance test? The phenomenon from before should represent a kind of potential. Liu pondered and nodded slightly. Then I'll give it a try. He reached out to hold up the medicinal herb seed and circulated the purple cloud spirit art. A bit of spirit light lingered. Spirit energy kept flowing into the medicinal herb seed in his palm. But the spirit energy that was poured in was like a clay ox entering the sea. This medicinal herb seed actually didn't move at all. It can't be. Don't tell me I don't have talent in plants. I can't catalyze medicinal herbs. Liu was stunned for a moment and felt that it was somewhat unbelievable. I'm a dazzling figure no matter where I go. Am I going to suffer a setback here? Absolutely not. I don't believe that I can't catalyze this seed. He surged all the spirit energy in his body and continuously poured it into the seed in his palm. It was only when half of Liu's perfected foundation establishment spirit energy was exhausted that this seed showed some movement and sprouted a little spore. How can this little spore be enough? How can this little spore reflect my extraordinary abilities? How can it reflect my peerless grace? Liu realized that if he used all his spirit energy to catalyze the seed, he would probably only be able to make the seed grow a bud. This obviously didn't meet Liu's standards of showing off. Then let's use the power of time. Liu had long discovered that the purple cloud spirit art also contained the art of time. As long as he comprehended the purple cloud spirit art to a certain extent, he could activate the art of time to catalyze medicinal herbs. With Liu's familiarity with the power of time, mastering this art of time naturally wasn't difficult. Hum! A trembling sound rang out. The spirit light in Liu's hand rippled, as if time was flowing and flowing. Whoosh! The lotus leaves swayed and the lotus flower bloomed. A huge green lotus suddenly grew out of Liu's hand. Wow! The first catalyze, and he completely ripened a medicinal herb? Amazing! The thousands of medicine apprentices in the square saw the blooming lotus in Liu's hand and were all full of admiration and envy. Art of time. It's actually the art of time. The first time he used the purple cloud spirit art, he actually comprehended the art of time, as expected of a withered tree in spring, as expected of a purple light soaring into the sky. Su Qian was dumbfounded. This way, Patriarch's plan will fail. The medicine apprentices only thought that he catalyzed an ordinary medicinal herb. However, Su Qian gave him the green ripple immortal lotus planted in the purple fortune immortal soil. Even ordinary alchemists couldn't catalyze such a spirit herb. Originally, Su Qian was ordered to give his seed to Liu to test, so that Liu wouldn't be too arrogant and impatient. Now, this couldn't make him stop being arrogant and impatient, right? Chapter 1235. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, a month had gone by. During this month, Liu studied the Tao of plants and vegetation in Pill Valley and familiarized himself with the medicinal properties of various medicinal ingredients. At first, Liu didn't pay too much attention to it. He was only focused on the time magic that catalyzed the medicinal ingredients. After a deeper understanding, Liu suddenly realized that the Tao of plants and vegetation actually contained the truth of a great Tao. Catalyzing the time magic of plants and vegetation allows me to gain insight into the flow of time. Furthermore, the Tao of plants and vegetation not only contains the principles of all things, but also the principles of withering, flourishing, life, death, impermanence, and infinite transformations. 100,000 plants and vegetation, 1 million transformations, 10 million transformations, a trillion transformations. When all sorts of different medicinal ingredients were combined, the transformations were limitless, as if there was no end to them. The Tao of alchemy actually gave me new enlightenment regarding the essence of matter. Although the Tao of alchemy only focuses on plants and vegetation, when pushed to the limit, it can actually sublimate the Tao of matter. Truly extraordinary. The more he studied, the more enlightenment he gained. Flipping through ancient records and catalyzing medicinal ingredients, Liu was completely engrossed in the endless transformations of the medicinal properties of plants and vegetation. Liu was so focused on the Tao of plants and vegetation that he actually felt like he wasn't paying attention to what was happening outside. During this time, Su Qing came looking for Liu a few times to ask where Feng Mu was and whether or not he had arrived at the Violet Fate sect. Liu, who was completely focused on the Tao of plants and vegetation, casually said, "I'll call the guards at the gate and have them keep an eye on Feng Mu. As soon as he arrives, they'll let you know. Don't worry." And so, this is the Violet Fate sect. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Who would have thought that instead of running away, I would conceal my identity and hide in the Violet Fate sect to study the Tao of alchemy? A timid, young scholar arrived at the Violet Fate sect's main gate. His face was bashful, but his eyes were filled with curiosity. He seemed like a simple youth who had never seen the world before. Coming to the Violet Fate sect to study the Tao of alchemy wasn't just to conceal one's identity. More importantly, after the perfect foundation, there was the perfect Jindan and the perfect nascent soul. In order to advance to the perfect Jindan, or even the perfect nascent soul, one needed the cooperation of alchemy. Coming to the Violet Fate sect to study the Tao of alchemy was an inevitable choice. Senior, this is my recommendation token. When he arrived at the main gate of the Violet Fate sect, he pulled out a recommendation talisman he had purchased from the secret market. With a cautious expression, he handed it over to the cultivator on duty. With the recommendation of an alchemist, you can join the Violet Fate Alchemy Division and become an apprentice alchemist. The chubby cultivator took the command medallion, looked it over, and then nodded. "What's your name? Let me register it." "Junior is Feng Mu." Meng Hao bowed respectfully and reported his new identity. "Feng Mu? Your name is Feng Mu?" When a middle-aged cultivator on duty heard the name, he let out a cry of surprise. He looked up at Meng Hao, a strange expression on his face. Is there a problem?" Meng Hao stared in shock. His head was filled with confusion, and he couldn't make any sense of what was going on. Is there something wrong with the name I randomly made up? Could it be that he had broken some taboo? "Your name is Feng Mu, right?" The middle-aged cultivator looked Meng Hao up and down, then shook his head. "Your looks can only be considered delicate, and your cultivation base is poor. You don't seem all that amazing to me. You actually did such a heartless and fickle thing?" "Huh? Heartless and fickle? What's going on?" Meng Hao stared, dumbfounded. Could it be that there really was such a person with the name Feng Mu? And a heartless and fickle ingrate at that? You still won't admit it? The middle-aged cultivator glared angrily at Meng Hao. "That Su girl is such a good scaredy cat. You actually don't like her? You actually ran away from the marriage? She knew you liked the Tao of alchemy and knew you would come to the Violet Fate sect, so she chased you all the way here. Su girl, could it be Su Qing?" Meng Hao suddenly had a bad feeling. He had the feeling that Liu was trying to trick him again. "Kid, you should cherish a girl like Su girl. She's taken a liking to you, and that's the good fortune of 8 lifetimes. Don't mess around." The middle-aged cultivator spoke a few more words of advice, and then released a transmission talisman. "Su girl, I've helped you capture Feng Mu. Tell Liu that I've already taken care of the matter. Tell him to teach my kid a bit more." I knew it. When he heard the middle-aged cultivator's message, Meng Hao looked up into the sky, speechless. Making bad friends by mistake is one of life's greatest frustrations. First you tricked your true love, and now you've got another heartless and fickle. Brotherly, go screw other people over. Don't screw me over, okay? Go. Once you cross the bridge, Su girl will be waiting for you on the other side. Don't even think about running away. I've already made a promise to Su girl. If you dare to run, I'll tie you up and bring you to Sioux Girl. The middle-aged cultivator escorted Meng Hao onto the iron chain bridge, as if he were a criminal. I've been wronged. Meng Hao felt his chest tighten, as if he were suffocating. Fong Mu's reputation as heartless and fickle was something he would never be able to wash away. After crossing the iron chain bridge, the test on the path of reflection wasn't too difficult for Meng Hao. He wasn't here to overthrow the Violet Fate sect, so naturally he didn't harbor any evil intentions. Most importantly, he was completely focused on how to wash away his reputation as heartless and fickle. He had no other distracting thoughts, so naturally he had a clear conscience. You're actually able to safely cross the bridge? A clear conscience? It looks like I've been able to convert you recently. I can even convert a wicked person like you and help you turn over a new leaf. The ultimate loathsome meat jelly's incessant chatter filled Meng Hao's mind. A clear conscience? So that's how it is. No wonder Brotherly gave me such a reputation. So it was to help me safely cross the path of reflection. Meng had to know whether to laugh or cry. You're here. On the other side of the iron chain bridge, Su Qing looked at Meng Hao, her face filled with joy. Her gaze was as gentle as water, filled with boundless love. I'm here. Sorry to keep you waiting. Looking at Su Qing's gentle and beautiful figure, Meng Hao's heart warmed. When we first met on Mount Daqing, your figure had already occupied my heart. Even with the passage of time, even with the cycle of life and death, I can't erase your image from my heart. Hey, kid, where are you looking? Come over here. After you complete the test, you can officially enter the sect. An emaciated old man angrily blocked Meng Hao's path. A new disciple, after crossing the iron chain bridge, actually only cared about looking at beautiful women. How could this be tolerated? Such a temperament would require strict discipline in the future. Go to the green cloud tree to test your latent talent. The emaciated old man glared at Meng Hao, then pointed toward the green cloud tree. Test my latent talent? Meng Hao nodded. He walked over to the green cloud tree and placed his hand on it. Buzz! A buzzing sound filled the air, and the green cloud tree emitted a dazzling, dark green light. Green sprouts sprouted from the dead wood. Although it didn't turn the green cloud wood into a tree like Li Yu, it still made the green cloud wood sprout. Meng Hao had fused with the resurrection lily and possessed its innate gift for plants and vegetation. Naturally, he was extraordinary. Spring on a withered tree? Another one? Seeing this, the emaciated old man's jaw dropped. Then he went wild with joy. Two peerless geniuses have appeared in succession. The Violet Fate Sect's Tao of Alchemy division will definitely prosper. Chapter 1236. Meng Hao successfully joined the Violet Fate sect. In the Pill Division's headquarters, there was now another glorious apprentice alchemist. The Violet Cloud Pill Division had more than 100,000 apprentice alchemists. With such a large number of basic apprentices, the Pill Division's disciples were able to rise above the rest. Junior brother Fong, you really came. Meng Hao and Su Qing arrived together. Li Yu was lying on a bamboo recliner, holding a teacup and rocking it back and forth. He looked extremely relaxed. You've been living quite comfortably lately, haven't you? Meng Hao had been out and about for months, racking his brains for a way to buy a recommendation talisman and sneak into the Violet Fate sect. Who would have thought that Li Yu and Su Qing had been waiting for him for so long? Junior brother Fong, a good man's ambition is to travel far and wide. You have great ambitions and want to succeed in the Tao of Alchemy. That's not wrong. However, Li Yu stopped rocking and began to lecture Meng Hao with a straight face. However, junior sister Su is devoted to you. How could you let down such a beautiful woman? You're still talking, said Meng Hao through clenched teeth. What the hell is this about being unfaithful? What the hell is this about running away from marriage? Aren't you just messing around? You're in the wrong. How can I not tell you? Li Yu glanced at Meng Hao meaningfully. Our three clans are all from the same place and have been friends for generations. Could it be That you, young Lord Fong, look down on us, a branch of the Li clan? That you don't care about the declining Su clan? Huh. When Meng Hao heard this, he suddenly understood. So, Brother Li is trying to make our new identities more solid? The name Fong Mu wasn't something Meng Hao had casually come up with. He vaguely remembered that he really did have that name in the past. However, he wasn't sure why he had stopped using it. Earlier, when he had changed his identity to participate in the Song clan's son-in-law selection, Meng Hao had mentioned it to Li Yu. Now that Li Yu had helped him create a real identity as Fong Mu, considering Li Yu's skill, it wasn't difficult. Many thanks for your advice, Brother Li, he said. I know that I shouldn't have done what I did. Fortunately, Senior Marshal's sister Sue forgave him. From now on, I won't dare to do it again. Now that he understood the ins and outs of the situation, he had no choice but to accept reality. It's good that you know your mistakes and can change. The violet fate Tao of alchemy was unfathomable and was worth studying. Since you're here, you should cultivate seriously. Yes, this conversation caused Meng Hao to feel extremely uncomfortable. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he hurriedly took his leave. Time passed day by day. The days were peaceful and normal. There was none of the scheming and bloodshed of the Reliance sect. Even if there were disputes, it would be normal competition. Meng Hao liked the atmosphere and was very interested in the Tao of plants and vegetation. He flipped through books, listened to alchemists' lectures, picked and planted various medicinal herbs, and catalyzed various medicinal herbs. 2 months passed peacefully as an alchemist's apprentice. Clang! On this day, the sound of a bell echoed throughout Pill Valley where 100,000 alchemy apprentices were gathered. Hearing the bell, the medicine apprentices all looked excited. The cauldron bell has rung. The celestial ground is about to open. This is the alchemy master's qualification test. Wonderful. We have to perform well in a violet fate celestial land. Otherwise, we won't even have the right to participate in the alchemy master's exam. Just as the medicine apprentices were filled with excitement, the image of an enormous pill furnace appeared in midair, covering the sky. 100,000 apprentice alchemists enter the violet fate celestial land and harvest mature medicinal herbs. Attention! You can only harvest medicinal herbs that you can identify. Every time you harvest a medicinal herb, you will have to record your identification of that medicinal herb in a jade slip. Violet fate celestial land, open. As the voice echoed through the air, rays of light began to interweave around the illusory pill furnace. Boom! An enormous sound shook the air, and the rays of light began to swirl, creating a 7-colored vortex. Pill Valley Deacons, lead the apprentice alchemists into the celestial land. Following the order, the apprentice alchemists followed the deacons into the 7-colored vortex. After passing through the vortex, they saw a vast, boundless world. There were no clouds, no blue sky. There were only 9 suns. There were mountains, plains, rivers, and lakes. But the entire world seemed to be an incomparably large medicinal garden filled with all kinds of medicinal herbs. The Violet Fate Celestial Land is a minor world. Is it all used to grow medicinal herbs? Li Yu scanned the area and nodded with a smile. Using a small world to grow medicinal herbs. It looks like the cost of nurturing an alchemist is not small. To become an alchemist, one had to constantly practice. Naturally, one had to constantly consume medicinal herbs. Grooming an alchemy master was simply burning money. You have 1 month to harvest medicinal herbs. After a month, hand over the medicinal herbs you've harvested and the jade slip you've inscribed to identify them. The Pill Valley Deacons gave each apprentice alchemist a storage pouch and a blank jade slip. The apprentice alchemists entered the celestial land and began to harvest medicinal herbs. That little fellow is Li Yu, the one whose violet light soared into the heavens and brought new life to a withered tree? How's his study of the Tao of plants and trees? I'm not too sure. But he's only been in the sect for 3 months, right? In the Tao of plants and vegetation, You have to memorize the appearance of medicinal herbs and their medicinal properties. 3 months isn't that easy to grasp. That's Feng Mu, right? He also made the green cloud tree sprout. He's only been in the sect for 2 months. I don't think he's had enough time to memorize the properties of the 100,000 plants and vegetation. The ancestral master said that he should be dealt with as per normal. Therefore, we shouldn't interfere. Let him grow up naturally. For a peerless genius like him, the most important thing is to let him grow up peacefully. After a few more words of discussion, the old fellows no longer paid any attention to the situation in the Celestial Land. The Violet Fate Celestial Land has practically all of the medicinal plants in the world that can be used as medicine. Therefore, this place is the perfect place to test my knowledge of plants and vegetation. He had read many books and had catalyzed many medicinal plants. However, Liu couldn't possibly have come into contact with all of the medicinal plants described in the books in 3 months. Now that the Violet Fate Celestial Land was open, he could use the knowledge in the books to test his knowledge. Liu began to identify and harvest medicinal herbs. Off to the side, Meng Hao was doing the same. Sure enough, seeing is better than hearing 100 times. No matter how much I read in the books, no matter how detailed the descriptions, they can't compare to seeing with my own eyes. By comparing the knowledge in his mind to the knowledge of plants and vegetation, and then seeing the actual plants, he was able to gain a much clearer understanding of their environment, appearance, and medicinal properties. Up until now, I've never personally concocted any medicinal pills. I've always used the system to create them. Coming to the Violet Fate sect was definitely the right decision. As he identified one medicinal plant after another, Liu realized that this experience seemed to have made up for one of his weaknesses. It made his temperament more perfect. Chapter 12:37. Using the power of the system to cheat has allowed me to take many shortcuts. Alchemy, weapon forging, talisman, spell formations, and other cultivation techniques, Liu had taken shortcuts. He had almost never done anything himself. When one reached the peak of the path of cultivation, every step forward became extremely difficult. Any flaw in one's body would affect one's final achievements. So that's how it is. He had been lazy before, but now he had to make up for it. Liu no longer viewed alchemy as a reference, but as a way to make up for his own cultivation foundation. He took it even more seriously. Plants grow together. The leaves on the right side of this Su Liumu are even more luxuriant. That's because there's spirit shatter grass growing on the ground there. Poison marshes give birth to adversity crossing jade lotuses. This is what it means to grow out of the mud without being stained. He identified and harvested. Day after day passed. Liu walked further and further, picking more and more medicinal plants, identifying more and more. In the end, Liu completely forgot that this was a test and forgot to harvest medicinal plants. He was completely immersed in his understanding of plants and vegetation. Liu had sealed his cultivation base, but his understanding of it was still that of Yu Huang de Tianzuan, who had reached the primal chaos stage. As he identified medicinal plants and verified his understanding of the Tao of plants and vegetation, Liu's understanding grew deeper and deeper. He was no longer limited to the study of plants and vegetation. How could the same medicinal plant have different strengths and weaknesses? Was it the influence of its environment on its medicinal properties? How could this medicinal plant have such a medicinal property? The origin of matter, the mother of all things. Plants and vegetation were one of the many things. The medicinal properties of plants and vegetation were also the basis for the creation of all things. After verifying and comprehending all of them, Liu discovered that even though the great Tao was different, there was no difference in superiority. Even if it was the Tao of plants, if one reached the peak, they would still be able to reach the origin of all matter, which was also the reason why all things were derived. What is Liu doing? Entering the Violet Fate Celestial Land to pick medicinal plants and identify them was a qualification test for becoming a master alchemist. However, Except for the first day, when he was still picking medicinal herbs and identifying medicinal herbs and recording them into the jade slip. Liu didn't pick any medicinal herbs at all and never took out the jade slip. He walked around the violet fate celestial land, occasionally stopping to examine a particular medicinal plant. Most of the time, he just kept walking. Day after day passed. Liu's footprints had practically covered the entire violet fate celestial land. Except for a few places where heavenly materials and earthly treasures were planted, Liu had visited all the other places. There was only one day left before the end of the test. However, on the last day, Liu still didn't pick the herbs. Instead, he found a cliff and sat down leisurely. It was as if he was here to play, whether it was testing, identifying medicinal herbs, or harvesting medicinal herbs. It had nothing to do with him. Cultivation is like climbing a mountain. Standing at the foot of the mountain and looking at the top, there was a beautiful scenery. Standing at the top of the mountain and looking down at the bottom of the mountain, there's also a different scenery. Go from complex to simple and prove the great Tao. However, at the same time, you need to go from simple to complex and start from the great Tao. I prove the essence of matter. The profound yellow is the mother of all things. This is the great Tao. This is the essence. This is the highest. However, I neglected the most basic things. A blade of grass, a grain of sand, they are all great Taos. They are all manifestations of the essence of matter. 1 is 10,000, and 10,000 is 1. If the essence of matter can evolve into a blade of grass, then a blade of grass can evolve into the essence of matter. So that's how it is. When standing at the top of the mountain, you can't just look up at the sky. You also need to look down at your feet. Rumble. A shocking boom rang out, and the entire violet fate celestial land shook. The 9 blazing suns in the sky swayed violently, as if on the verge of collapse. The ground trembled violently, as if it were bearing an unbearable weight. It was as if the violet fate celestial land was holding something that it couldn't hold, and was about to explode. What's going on? What's going on? An earthquake. The 100,000 apprentice alchemists in the depths of the violet fate celestial land began to cry out in panic. Holy crap! I accidentally unlocked the seal in a moment of enlightenment. Liu suddenly came to his senses. Seeing that the violet fate celestial land was wailing in pain, he quickly retracted his aura. All living things returned to primal chaos, and all power was restrained. This prevented the violet fate celestial land from being destroyed. What's going on? The patriarchs of the Tao of Alchemy Division, who were in charge of organizing the examination, looked at each other in dismay. The violet fate celestial land shook, and the violet fate godly furnace, which Patriarch Reverend Violet East had used to hold it, almost exploded. What exactly had gone wrong? Did an enemy attack the violet fate godly furnace? Or did something happen to the furnace? But they couldn't find any clues. After carefully searching for a long time, they still couldn't find any cause. It seemed to be some random accident. Thankfully, it hadn't caused any damage. After carefully standing guard for an entire day, the examination of the violet fate celestial land was finally over. Only picked so few medicinal ingredients? When the group of apprentice alchemists walked out of the violet fate celestial land and handed in their harvests, Liu finally remembered that he had completely forgotten to pick medicinal ingredients. There were only a few dozen stalks of herbs in his storage bag. I was so focused on identifying the herbs that I forgot to pick them. Liu smiled embarrassedly. This matter had really been forgotten by him. Liu didn't care about being an alchemist at all and didn't take it to heart at all. Naturally, it was easy for him to forget. You forgot to pick herbs? Su Qian, who was welcoming everyone at the exit, was speechless when he heard Liu's reply. This kind of thing could be forgotten? He had high hopes for Liu and hoped that he could stand out in this examination. In the end, Liu had only picked so few medicinal ingredients, which greatly disappointed Su Qian. You only cared about identifying herbs? That means you identified a lot of herbs? A middle-aged deacon, who was in charge of collecting the herbs and identifying jade slips from the apprentice alchemists, had a mocking look on his face. As he saw it, this was a disciple who didn't study seriously and did poorly in the examination. He was just finding excuses for himself. It should be considered a lot, right? I identified all the herbs in the violet fate celestial land. Liu replied with a smile. What? The deacon almost laughed out loud. There's a limit to your nonsense, all right? If you want to identify all the herbs in the violet fate celestial land, wait until you become a furnace lord before saying that. I really did identify all the herbs, Lin Feng said with a smile. As he spoke, Liu reached out and took out the jade slip used to store information on herbs. With a touch of his spiritual sense, he poured all his understanding of the herbs in the violet fate celestial land into the jade slip. Buzz, a purple light shot up into the sky like a vast ocean, covering the sky and covering the earth. Within this purple light, countless medicinal herbs appeared. They were densely packed and endless, as if a world of herbs had appeared within the purple light. Flowers bloomed and withered, and plants withered and flourished. Within the purple light, the herbs that had appeared suddenly began to grow. This is an image of plants? You really identified all the herbs in the violet fate celestial land? How is this possible? Seeing this, all the deacons nearby were dumbstruck. You can still act tough like this? Liu shrugged. Brother really shines wherever I go. That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.